Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Thursday, July 17th, 2025 agenda meeting of the Minnesota Public Utilities Commission. Oh, you can't hear in the back. Pause.
I'm trying to educate our staff.
Is that better? Oh, great. I can even hear it. Okay, too good. Welcome, everyone, to the Thursday, July 17th, 2025 agenda meeting of the Minnesota Public Utilities Commission. I'm Katie Sieben. I chair the commission. I'll take the role of the other commissioners present for today's hearing. Commissioner Partridge.
Here.
Commissioner Hahn.
Here.
Commissioner Sullivan.
Here.
Commissioner Tuma.
I am here.
A quorum is present. We have 2 items on our agenda today. My tentative plan is that we take a lunch break close to 12 or 12:15 and for about 30 to 45 minutes. And then if you're here for item 2, I really doubt we'll get to item 2. We won't get to item 2 before lunch, I imagine. So, Ms. Winter, please introduce our first item.
Good morning, Chair Sieben and Commissioners. Item number 1 is docket number E-999/CI-23-151 in the matter of an investigation into implementing changes to the Renewable Energy Standard and the newly created Carbon-Free Standard under Minnesota Statute 216B.1691. The questions before the Commission are: 1. When and how should utilities report preparedness for meeting upcoming CFS requirements? 2. By which criteria and standards should the Commission measure an electric utility's compliance with the CFS? 3. What considerations should the Commission take into account regarding the double counting of renewable energy credits to meet multiple requirements? 4. How should net market purchases be counted towards CFS compliance? And 5, are there any other issues or concerns related to this matter? Staff requested that all parties provide new, revised, and preferred decision options by Monday, July 14th. Staff filed a final version of these compiled decision options on July 16th at 4:15 p.m. On July 11th, Commissioner Partridge filed a decision option framework and a set of 2 new decision options intended to respond to federal legislation. These new and amended Partridge decision options were included in staff's compiled decision options list. Aside from these filings, staff filed a permissible ex parte filing between itself and the Department of Commerce. Staff requested information from the department on modeling inputs concerning generic wind and solar production profiles. These documents have been distributed to commissioners, and physical copies are available at the front of the large hearing room. Staff has no further comments, but is available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Winter, and also Mr. Harsh for your great work getting us prepared for today's hearing. So we have a list of oral arguments, and we'll begin with the aligned utilities, which are going to be Dr. Kuklenski from Minnesota Power and Mr. Ruzicki, if you want to both come forward, and we'll start with appearances. And then following, it looks like we have some folks who are virtual, so just so you're kind of aware of who's up next, it will be the Carbon Solutions Group, the Center for Resource Solutions, then the Clean Energy Organizations, Energy Tag, and Google. So if I listed your name and you're in person, you're welcome to come to the table as well. We're trying to keep it relatively timely, our opening statement. So, but the aligned utilities, you're listed as 2 minutes, but feel free to take a little bit longer if you'd like, because you're representing so many different parties. But please state your appearance and go ahead.
Good morning, Chair, Commissioners. I'm Zach Ruzicki. I'm Director of Resource Planning at Great River Energy. I'm here this morning on behalf of our member owners as well as the other aligned utilities that jointly filed comments in this proceeding. Minnesota's carbon-free standard...
Sorry to interrupt, but I think you have to speak into your mic a little more. I just noticed it wasn't picking you up.
How about now?
That's good.
Great. I'll sit closer. I'm Zach Ruzicki. I'm Director of Resource Planning at Great River Energy. I'm here on behalf of our member owners as well as the aligned utilities. Minnesota's carbon-free statute establishes a set of specific requirements for utilities to decarbonize our retail sales to Minnesota customers. We understand the importance of those requirements both to this commission and to the state, and we believe that those can be met reliably and affordably. But we know that accomplishing that task is going to be challenging, whether we're an investor-owned utility, a municipal, or a cooperative. But we think that challenge is achievable. And we believe that it's critical to implement the statute in a manner that does three things. That one, it adheres faithfully to the text and the intent of the carbon-free standard statute. Two, it focuses narrowly on what's necessary to facilitate compliance with that statute. And three, it avoids introducing any additional uncertainty that could complicate or slow compliance. The decision options that we have before us today and proposed by Commissioner Partridge, with some minor adjustments, meet those criteria and provide what's needed to move the state forward towards meeting the challenges of the carbon-free standard statute that we've had set out before us as utilities. Ms. Kuklinski will briefly identify a couple of concerns with the decision options proposed by Commissioner Partridge, and we're happy to answer questions as the proceeding goes on today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair Sieben, Commissioners, I'm Jennifer Kuklinski with Minnesota Power. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to give a few brief remarks this morning. Utilities are broadly aligned in their support of the decision options filed by Commissioner Partridge. Our one primary concern pertains to new 21A. Utilities strongly support the continuation of the 4-year shelf life for RECs, which is an important affordability tool that will support continued progress towards achieving the state's carbon-free electricity milestones. Utilities have used this tool in the past to strategically manage costs for customers and alleviate planning challenges associated with intermittent generation patterns that require flexibility. The result has been a monumental transition to renewable energy. Reducing or eliminating this tool at such a critical time in the energy transition would have real and significant impacts on ratepayers, and we believe it's unnecessary to explore doing so at this time. While utilities support decision option Partridge New 1, we do so with the understanding that this decision option offers an additional incentive to accelerate project build-out given the recent changes in federal policy and does not prevent projects from receiving the normal 4-year shelf life treatment if they don't meet those timelines established in the decision option. It's a privilege to be able to represent so many unique utilities here today before the Commission, and we are all available if you have questions for individual entities. Thank you.
Dr. Kuklinski, Commissioner Partridge.
Thank you, Chair Sieben. I did want to clarify with parties, I think there was some general confusion around the two different sets of decision options. And I did want to clarify, as Dr. Kuklinski just said, Partridge New 1 in the filing titled Response to Federal Legislation, the intent of that is to provide essentially a 2-year bonus window for projects that would receive the tax credits under current legislation that will be terminated based on the 2025 budget reconciliation bill. The intent is to provide encouragement to utilities to move any projects forward they can, and it would not affect the shelf life in my proposal, speaking for myself only. It would not affect or impact the shelf life of any other projects. The only thing that that decision option intends to do is to sort of mirror what the Commission did with regard to the solar energy standard, which is to say that the shelf life of RECs that are generated by projects that fall within that time frame would not, the clock wouldn't start until 2030, which would give you a couple extra years to bank those RECs. So I wanted to clarify that so other parties don't need to take any time, clarifying that confusion in their 2-minute opening.
Great, thank you. And we can go into questions after we finish the opening statement. So, Mr. Daly, if you're online for the Carbon Solutions Group, welcome. Please state your name and provide your comments.
Chair, Commissioners, thank you very much. My name is Michael Daly. I'm here representing CSG. CSG's primary concern in this proceeding is that the Commission adopt a credible accounting methodology for the carbon-free standard. A particular issue are the double claiming risks inherent in net market purchases in the voluntary market. To this end, we've argued that the most credible form of accounting would involve obligated utilities retiring eligible EACs for every megawatt hour of obligated load. That would include net market purchases. It bears mentioning that also voluntary dynamics are not anomalous to this scenario, and they'll only continue to grow in this age of data centers. We would expect data companies to continue to purchase or construct carbon-free capacity, which will pose accounting risks for compliance if EACs are not used. Just one kind of big picture recent news example. On Tuesday, it was announced that Google purchased 3,000 megawatts of hydro assets. Broadly speaking, to the extent that Google voluntarily claims its self-generated hydro EACs for its 24/7 operations, those carbon-free megawatt hours cannot also be legitimately claimed by an obligated utility through an average regional fuel mix in the same market footprint, of course. The only way to effectively disambiguate these potentially conflicting commodity claims would be through the usage of EACs. To achieve our proposed EAC-based framework, we have recommended that the Commission approve at minimum decision options number 1 and number 6. This would in turn also support decision option number 28, which concerns the fuel mix scope. In summation, we believe these decision options represent not only the most accurate method of energy accounting, but also would fall within acceptable parameters of statute. And as a secondary benefit, this approach would minimize administrative complexity. Once again, thank you very much. I'm happy to answer any clarifying questions should they arise at any point during the meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Daly. Next is the Center for Resource Solutions. If you're online, please turn on your camera, Mr. Cooper, and provide your comments and state your name for the record.
Good morning, esteemed commissioners. I'm Chris Cooper, a policy director at Center for Resource Solutions, CRS, an environmental nonprofit that has advised regulators and private industry on the credible use of market instruments for over 25 years now. We are constantly reminding stakeholders that power delivered through a bulk power grid renders every volume of electricity indistinguishable from every other, making it impossible to trace any volume consumed from the grid to where it was generated. That is why renewable energy certificates and EACs are the best and only way to track the attributes of clean power and to protect the purchaser's exclusive right to claim the environmental benefits of using it. Our Green E Energy Program, which certifies transactions of these market instruments, has become the gold standard for preventing double counting and double claiming across the continent. So it will come as no surprise that CRS's primary concern with implementation of the carbon-free standard is the potential for double counting and double claiming, which not only eliminates the environmental benefits of consuming clean energy, but undermines consumer trust in the voluntary market, which is driving a growing share of new capacity additions. PUC staff has noted that it is indisputed that applying a grid average fuel mix, which includes utility purchases and all voluntary purchases, to calculate the carbon-free portion of net market purchases permits utilities to claim attributes that are the exclusive property of voluntary purchasers, and to count twice the attributes generated or procured by the utility itself. Nevertheless, proponents of a grid average mix argue simply that the wording of the REO statute permits this kind of flawed accounting. But double counting and double claiming are not really questions of statutory syntax. Every kilowatt hour of carbon-free electricity, double counted or double claimed, is a kilowatt hour lost in an effort to reduce carbon emissions in time to avoid an existential climate crisis. It's akin to running in place, and it undermines the good faith efforts of voluntary purchasers who are investing in a better future for us all, whether it be the multinational corporation leading the charge towards net zero emissions by 2050, or the customer in a senior living home sacrificing a few dollars each month to leave his grandkids a livable planet. It is implausible that a statute whose objective is to aggressively reduce carbon emissions intentionally permits compliance using a mechanism that essentially erases voluntary efforts to reduce those same emissions. And even if, for some reason, the statute does permit its own contravention, then the Commission should exercise the broad authority granted by the statute to close that loophole and ensure that Minnesota's carbon-free standard is implemented in a manner that achieves its objectives, namely by requiring that all claims to attributes be proven through the retirement of corresponding certificates, and that the portion of net market purchases claimed as carbon-free is determined using a residual mix that attempts to exclude specified power already purchased by the utility or through the voluntary market. That, for your information, would be option number 27. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cooper. Next is the Clean Energy Organizations. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair Sieben, Commissioners. Is this picking up my voice?
Must be, because the camera went to you, so.
All right. Green light's on, and I'll speak closely. I'm Barbara Fries with MCEA, representing the CEOs who are MCEA, Fresh Energy, and Sierra Club. And I'd like to focus this morning on a key issue that we address in our proposed decision, option 22. The issue is what share of a utility's carbon-free power can actually be attributed to Minnesota for CFS compliance. This comes up when a utility has retail sales in other states and when it has significant net market sales. Otter Tail Power, for example, has about half its sales outside Minnesota, yet it proposes a formula that would allow it to attribute all of the carbon-free power on its system to Minnesota. This interpretation would render the CFS virtually meaningless to Otter Tail. It would violate the plain language of the law, and it would let Otter Tail stay heavily dependent on coal indefinitely. Xcel takes a different approach. It attributes 73% of its carbon-free power to Minnesota because 73% of its system-wide retail sales are in Minnesota. This approach is far more compatible with the law. In addition, though, utilities should also exclude from their CFS calculation the carbon-free generation attributable to net market sales. Failing to exclude that carbon-free power from the calculation would give utilities extra room to keep generating carbon-emitting power even after 2040, subverting the goals of the law. Utilities can still use the RECs associated with the excluded carbon-free power. We recognize that. But they need to account for the cost of doing so in their IRPs. Failing to do this will distort the scenario comparisons in the IRPs and obscure utilities' actual ongoing carbon emissions and ongoing regulatory risk. So we urge you to adopt decision option 22. And in closing, we note that the department's modified option 13 would have a work group consider multi-state allocation of carbon-free generation. We're fine with this, but then we'd also like the work group to consider how to allocate carbon-free generation to net market sales. That can be fairly easily done just by adding to the department modified 13 item C the words and allocation of CFS eligible generation to net market sales. Thank you, and of course I'll be here for any questions you have.
Thank you very much. Next is Energy Tag, Mr. Alex Piper.
Yes. Hello. Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Alex Piper, and I'm the head of U.S. Policy and Markets for Energy Tag. Thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this docket. For quick background, Energy Tag is a global nonprofit dedicated to supporting and advocating for greater accuracy in electricity accounting across policy, regulations, and international standards. We also develop standards that certificate issuance bodies, such as Clean Counts here in Minnesota, can adhere to and support hourly matching policies by using hourly certificates issued directly to producers. Energy Tag is supportive of requiring hourly and locational matching to comply with Minnesota's carbon-free standard and decision option 1 to ensure the use of EACs to prevent double counting and claiming. The evidence makes it clear that what we call granular matching is the most effective way to send the market signals necessary for investment and deployment of the suite of decarbonization technologies, including storage and clean firm and renewables, necessary to achieve true zero power sector emissions as envisioned by this law. Granular matching also enables cost-effective grid decarbonization strategy, avoiding socialized costs of overbuilding unnecessary assets and the ongoing use of costly polluting generators for grid balancing. Energy Tag understands that hourly matching is unlikely to be required for compliance as of today. However, we do urge the Commission to commit to revisiting this topic in the coming years, as concerns around feasibility should continue to be mitigated by improved tracking systems and evolving international standards driving the hourly attribute market forward. For decision options being considered today, we urge the Commission to consider a combination of the Department's and Energy Tag's modified decision option 13. A work group dedicated to answering questions around the possibility and impact of hourly matching compliance for this law would be extremely beneficial. Adding a timeline and tangible deliverables to the work group's remit will help ensure that the work stays focused and time limited. And finally, preventing the sourcing of attributes from anywhere in the United States is a critical aspect of this policy driving true decarbonization within Minnesota and bringing those benefits to local communities. If a strict geographic market limit for procurement only within Minnesota or MISO North, for example, cannot be adopted, then decision option 25 would be the next best course of action. Thank you again for your consideration. I'm happy to answer any and all questions.
Thank you, Mr. Piper. Tyler Hebner with Google. Welcome.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair Sieben and Commissioners. My name is Tyler Hebner, and I lead energy market development in the Midwest for Google. Google commented on 3 issues in this docket. First, we requested the Commission direct utilities to establish a clean transition tariff, and we agree with staff memo that the recently passed legislation on data center policy obviated this issue in this particular docket. Second, we requested the Commission direct utilities to include hourly matching analysis in future integrated resource plans, and the decision options related to items 13, 14, and 15. We included a modified version of decision option 15. In our experience, the value of looking at these hourly clean energies mixes in the IRPs is kind of the richness is in evaluating what does it take to get to 60% hourly versus 70 versus 80 versus 90 versus 100%. And so that's why we included a modified decision option 15 that would say in future resource plans, IRP filing utilities shall include one or more analyses of different degrees of hourly clean energy matching. And finally, we requested the Commission direct utilities to investigate and implement systems to track and certify clean energy on an hourly basis. We offered a modified decision option number 19 that clarifies that in this, for this phrasing, the word certify means to create hourly clean energy certificates. And at this point, the benefit is likely for customers like Google, which have hourly clean energy goals. And so we offered a modified decision option 19. Thank you for including us. Look forward to the discussion.
Thank you very much. Next is Kathleen Schuler with Health Professionals for a Healthy Climate. Ms. Schuler, are you on? Oh, I see you. Welcome.
I am, sorry.
It's okay.
So good morning, Commissioners, and thank you for the opportunity to comment. I am Kathleen Schuler, Policy Director with Health Professionals for a Healthy Climate. We submitted comments along with Climate Generation, Minnesota Environmental Justice Table, CURE, Sierra Club North Star Chapter, MN 350, and Minnesota Interfaith Power and Light. Our comments responded to question 5, are there other issues or concerns related to this matter? While the staff briefing papers deemed our comments irrelevant to the current docket, I'd like to point out that our comments also respond to question 2, by which criteria and standards should the Commission measure an electric utility's compliance with the carbon-free standard. Because the carbon-free law requires that the Commission take reasonable action to maximize benefits to citizens, including ensuring that statewide air emissions are reduced, particularly in environmental justice areas, our comments are very relevant. We ask that the PUC consider the impacts on human health from co-pollutants generated by biomass burning. If biomass burning is allowed under the 100% carbon-free law, we recommend that these co-pollutants be reported, quantified, and tracked, along with other renewable energy and carbon-free credits that these dirty sources of energy are associated with. Our comments reflect real-life impacts on communities in our state. Air pollution from burning biomass is associated with increased risks for cardiovascular and respiratory disease, stroke, cancer, asthma, birth defects, reproductive and developmental problems, and premature death. So commissioners, we ask you to read or reread our comment letter and that you consider the serious health impacts resulting from allowing burning biomass from any source as you make decisions on this docket. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Schuler. Next is Kevin Pranis, Amber Lee, or Andrew Maratska. The Partnership on Waste and Energy, if they're here, and Ramsey, Washington Recycling and Energy. So if you're welcome to come forward this next round of folks. And then after that is the Zero Lab, who is joining us online, and then we'll conclude with the department. Mr. Pranis, welcome. Please state your name for the record.
Thank you, Chair Sieben, Commissioners. Kevin Pranis on behalf of Lyuna, Minnesota, and North Dakota. I'll keep it brief. On a big picture, I think it's important to remember the 100% clean energy law was intentionally drafted in a manner that maximizes flexibility in order to ensure that compliance would be feasible under the incredibly diverse circumstances facing investor-owned, cooperative, and municipal utilities of all sizes representing all parts of the state and many other states across the borders. It's why the law was enacted with broad support and acceptance. The flexibility is a feature of the law. It is not a bug, and we encourage the Commission to implement the law accordingly. The legislature did not require or even encourage the Commission to create new and restrictive requirements or take tools that were previously available to meet much less ambitious requirements on renewable energy standard off the table for purposes of carbon-free standards. And we think it's especially important because we have a presidential administration and Congress are busy making compliance with the basic requirements of the 100% law more difficult, and in fact, operating any kind of electric utility more difficult. So it's our job to try to make compliance straightforward, relatively simple and easy, and flexible enough that everyone can comply with the law. We appreciate Commissioner Partridge's work putting forward reasonable options. We would specifically comment on credits. Whether compliance should require certificates in all cases, we think that's a question that can be answered utility by utility. I think that might end up being the answer, but I don't think it needs to be prejudged here. We should give utilities the chance to explain how they're not double counting in terms of how they're counting their stacks. I also think that with respect to the folks who are in the credit market business, that's not our business. It is not the Commission's job to disambiguate conflicting commodity claims. The job is to have reliable, increasingly clean and affordable power delivered to Minnesotans, and so if the credits help with that, great, but that's not really our job, and Google's interest in counting its credits also not the primary concern. In terms of shelf life, we support the current 4-year shelf life and see no reason to change that. I think that would impose unnecessary costs on customers. And finally, on geography, we do support maximizing investments in and around Minnesota, but we don't think that tying that to credit life is the appropriate way to do that. That's part of the planning process, whether it's integrated resource plan or the carbon-free compliance planning, where the Commission can look at where those investments are going to be made, where those recs come from. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Pranis. And Ms. Lee.
Good morning, Chair, Commissioners. Amber Lee with Stoll Reeves on behalf of the Minnesota Large Industrial Group. And I just want to say very briefly that some of the concerns we have with the implementation are going to be put before the Commission in further proceedings. I believe it's the next round. But the decision options we support this morning, we think would give us a good framework for those discussions. So that's why we have chosen the decision options we did, specifically 12, 22, 34, and 35. That's it, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. 12, 22, 34, and 35. The Partnership on Waste and Energy. Are you here? Anyone going once, going twice? You can still get another crack at it if you show up. Ramsey, Washington County Recycling and Energy. Welcome.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Sam Holm, the Facility Director for Ramsey, Washington Recycling and Energy. The R&E Board is a joint entity in which Ramsey and Washington counties collaborate to promote reduction and recycling of solid waste generated in the two counties, and then properly manage the remaining waste to recover as many resources as we can from the waste stream. R&E owns and operates the R&E Center in Newport, Minnesota, which I'll describe as an advanced material recovery facility which we receive about 450,000 tons of solid waste per year, which is about 14% of the state's waste in the total state. The waste is then sorted and recyclables like metals and organics are removed and recovered, and the rest of the solid waste is processed into what I describe as refuse-derived fuel, a form of renewable biomass to generate renewable energy at waste-to-energy facilities in Red Wing and Mankato. Minnesota law promotes the reduction in the use of landfills as much as possible, and over 85% of the waste that we receive and process at the R&E Center is diverted from landfills, and we are always working to increase that percentage. At the same time, the RDF we produce is also contributing to a reliable source of renewable baseload electricity. Now, the R&E Board normally doesn't participate in the Commission's dockets, but because the RDF we produce is classified as renewable biomass and used at waste-to-energy plants to produce renewable energy, determinations made by this Commission regarding how RDF complies with the carbon-free standard could significantly impact our ability to operate the R&E Center and continue diverting waste from landfills. This is why we have the following positions on the preferred decision options. R&E supports decision options 1 and 5. R&E also opposes decision option 36 because it narrows the scope of decision option 5 and serves to predetermine a particular outcome in the life cycle analysis docket 24-352. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Zero Lab, if you are online, please, Dr. Wilson Ricks, welcome. Please state your name and go ahead.
Thank you, esteemed commissioners. My name is Wilson Ricks. I'm a senior researcher at Princeton University's Zero Lab, which recently conducted an analysis of the costs and impacts of various potential implementations of Minnesota's carbon-free standard. I'll note that the views I express today are not those of Princeton University. The analysis I've referenced is present in the record and explores the implications of the Department of Commerce's original proposal to evaluate CFS compliance on an hourly basis. Using a state-of-the-art electricity system capacity expansion model with high temporal and spatial resolution, we found that implementation of that proposal was likely feasible with minimal economic impacts. We also identified a trade-off between impact and cost, as constraints on where and when qualifying clean power can be sourced from are tightened. The CFS both drives greater changes in the energy system and increases compliance costs. I note this trade-off because the current proposal lives at one end of the spectrum, minimal stringency and likely minimal impact. The least stringent case that we analyzed in our work allowed for, quote, annual matching of EACs sourced from the NYSO North and Central regions. And we found that compliance with this policy likely required no incremental build-out of clean power across the region beyond what would have otherwise been deployed on an economic basis. The current proposal relaxes constraints even more compared to this base case. It allows for banking of credits up to 4 years rather than 1. It does not place realistic geographic limits on the sourcing of EACs. And it does not require credit retirement at all for owned or directly contracted generation. The lack of an EAC retirement requirement, I will emphasize, is unique among peer state policies and is a violation of the core principle of emissions accounting, that being no double counting. I would recommend that the Commission consider the expected impacts of its implementation and ensure that the CFS drives decarbonization of Minnesota's electricity supply as intended. One important metric in this regard is the extent to which Minnesota households are still physically reliant on fossil-fired power, even as their utilities successfully comply with the CFS. Measuring and reporting the hourly carbon content of Minnesota utilities' electricity supply can provide the public and regulators with important information on the ongoing material impacts of the CFS, even if legal compliance is not evaluated on an hourly basis. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Dr. Lieb.
Thank you, Chair, Commissioners. Sydney Lieb with the Minnesota Department of Commerce. First off, thanks to the parties for the robust record development on this issue and to the staff for wrangling this sprawling record into their briefing papers. Thanks for the time to highlight the department's key positions in this matter. The department is excited to advocate on design and implementation of this landmark piece of climate policy for the state of Minnesota. Much has been discussed in this record on the legislative intent and boundaries of the PUC's authority to issue orders detailing the criteria and standards to measure and determine compliance with this law. On this issue, the department notes that it is clearly the intent of the legislation to move the state beyond the status quo established in the original existing renewable energy objective standard and move towards a stricter standard that incorporates a broader range of carbon-free resources while creating a market incentive for clean, firm resources alongside continued renewable investments. We also note that the Commission was granted broad authority to determine the criteria and standards used to measure a utility's efforts to meet the standard and determine compliance. We thank Commissioner Partridge for clearly summarizing her initial position on this docket in her filed draft motion. We are generally supportive of the motion. The department has listed our full preferred DOs and filed those with the Commission as requested. Given that those are already filed, I'm going to focus on the two key areas where we differ. First, we have significant concerns with the resulting double counting, as you've heard from other stakeholders, that will occur if the PUC rules that carbon-free portion of market purchases do not require RECs. Regardless of the obvious negative policy implications of allowing double counting in this case, other commenters have noted legal support for an exemption to the carbon-free portion of market purchases, based on the statutory language that partial compliance be allowed for an electric utility's annual purchases from a regional transmission market organization, net of the electric utility sales to the regional transmission organization. The department notes that this provision requires that market purchases be considered partially carbon-free, but does not allow them to be claimed as carbon-free without the associated REC. Similarly, in this section of the law, megawatt hours from a partially carbon-free plant with CCS or a blend of green hydrogen are granted partial compliance, but it is our understanding that these would still require a REC to account for the portion of carbon-free megawatt hours. And it would make sense that we would do that because in order for those potentially more expensive technology options, CCS and green hydrogen or green ammonia, to have value in the market, they would need to generate a REC for the portion of their carbon-free resources. Exempting the carbon-free portion of net market purchases from compliance requires requirements for REC retirement creates two definitions of carbon-free within the rule. One for resources that comply via RECs or EAC retirement, and a separate set of resources that are given a blanket exemption based on an uncertified and untrackable regional average. Allowing zero-emitting energy without a REC results in double counting, which will result in an underbuild of the clean energy that we need to decarbonize the system, and threatens the market mechanism to incentivize clean energy development. Further, allowing double counting to occur sets a dangerous precedent both in the state of Minnesota and nationally. Among other risks, this precedent could be used in similar decarbonization policies to greenwash renewable natural gas with unbundled attributes. If carbon attributes, RECs or EACs, are not required for market purchases of energy. Second, we believe the Commission should include Decision Option 13 in their motion. This decision option creates a working group to optimize modeling of achievement of decarbonized electricity supply and identify existing deficiencies in our business as usual resource planning modeling procedures. As the energy system decarbonizes, we'll need to modernize our planning to ensure that we are adequately studying the interplay between generation and transmission resources to optimize social benefit, design analyses to capture behavior of renewable resources and adequately quantify the value of storage or other clean, firm resources to pair with renewables, and to study the cost trade-offs between compliance with the carbon-free standard and unbundled RECs versus system resources. Decision Option 13 is not intended to set the PUC up to require hourly matching, as some commenters have proposed. Instead, this working group is aimed at providing an opportunity for utilities and stakeholders to improve our modeling of the energy system. Finally, we appreciate the Commissioner's inclusion of our recommendation to study hourly compliance as a resource plan sensitivity. As noted earlier in our statement, we believe that the intention of the law is to move the state and the electricity market beyond the status quo, set by Renewable portfolio standards of the 90s and early 2000s to include a broader suite of carbon-free resources, including clean firm. The best way to incent and grow the market for clean firm resources is through a 24/7 CFE constraint. While resource planning sensitivity does not get all the way to the regulatory compliance, it will allow the state to begin studying how these resources may differ from an annual REC compliance protocol. We acknowledge that moving to more emerging clean firm resources may be anxiety-provoking for some of our state's utilities, but we are hopeful that the beginning of the discussion on the need for these resources will provide the same level of market growth that the original RPS standards did for renewable energy 30 years ago, when those same utilities expressed similar anxiety and disbelief. The department also strongly opposes any arguments limiting the Commission's authority to require hourly matching for compliance. While we're not recommending an hourly compliance requirement at this time, we believe the Commission should abstain from any decision that would limit the legal authority to require hourly compliance in the future as tracking mechanisms and clean firm technologies mature. In implementing this standard, the Commission has been given an opportunity to lead the state and set an example for others during a time when climate regulations and market incentives for carbon-free technology are under attack at the federal level. This is the moment to lead, even when it feels challenging and uncomfortable. This is the moment to drive investment in existing and emerging carbon-free technologies. This is the time to lead by example. This opportunity to lead through discomfort and uncertainty is at the very core of what it means to be a public servant. Thank you for your time, your commitment to supporting Minnesota's forging our way to lead the energy transition. The department is available for questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lieb. We're going to take a short 5-minute break, and then we'll come back and begin with questions from Commissioner Partridge. So the Commission stands in recess. The commission will come back from its recess and we'll proceed to questions. And at least the utilities, the CEOs, the department, if you want to come forward for questions, whoever else can claim a seat, and then we'll move into questions. And Commissioner Partridge, will you please begin?
Sure. Thank you, Chair Sieben. So before I start with questions, I do want to just put forth some opening thoughts of my own. So the framework that I shared, and I'm focusing here on the initial set of decision options that really focus on the core requirements of compliance with the law. So the framework that I shared is grounded in the law as it was negotiated, written, and enacted. It is with respect to the actual text, which I spent quite a bit of time on. I understand that there are a lot of parties who have differing priorities and needs that they see in this law, but the Commission is here to implement the law that was written. And I want to also push back on the idea that this is not a monumental step forward in clean energy. That I believe that the framework that I put forward, while it is flexible, while it is practical, and while it relies on many of the existing tools and frameworks that we have been using for decades, the carbon-free standard is a huge step forward in Minnesota. As with any large step forward in policy, implementation is not a moment in time. It is an iterative process. Today, we are taking the first step in that process, and in my opinion, that first step needs to be flexible and account for the fact that there's a lot of things that we don't know. On top of the usual unknowns that take place with any major step forward in policy, we have great uncertainty at the federal level that could create serious problems across the country for the reliability and affordability of electricity, no matter what source it comes from. And so I understand and spent a lot of time with this very extensive record that many of you have concerns about allowing for flexibility or recognizing that we need to take multiple steps forward, not one giant leap. But I just wanted you to understand where I'm coming from. And with that, I would like to say that I understand there are multiple concerns and questions in here as well that I believe are dealt with in other places. So while my framework does not include several recommendations that I personally agree are great things, I do want to recognize that there are other places within our regulatory framework where we will account for a variety of those issues. I appreciate the comments by the health professionals for a healthy climate. And we also agree and have agreed in our state that criteria pollutants are important things to consider. And we do that extensively through our resource planning process, and we'll continue to do so. So while we did not consider your remarks in this particular agenda, or have not yet, and they were not included as in scope in the briefing papers, I do want to let you know that we do consider that and take that very seriously through our resource planning process. For the clean energy organizations, likewise, we consider jurisdiction allocation in our resource planning process. You are a participant in that, and we will continue to take that seriously and look at that along with the costs of renewable energy credits that are being claimed through that process. Certainly, the law does not limit the use of credits for compliance, but through the resource planning process, we will take into consideration the risks that over-reliance or reliance on credits could pose for ratepayers. So I want to just say that there are actually quite a few of those that I'm not going to address each individually that are covered through our other regulatory processes. I also want to note that we recently in the Xcel resource planning process required a compliance filing where we will be receiving emissions data associated with the actual operation of the company's energy resources. And I hope that we will be requiring that for all utilities, which will give you some of that information and us some information where we can start to really understand the impact of the policies that have been implemented at the legislature and our implementation of those here. I want to specifically talk to the parties who have concerns about double counting. I know that there are parties who are participating in this docket who have great interest and stakes in the voluntary rec market and ensuring that there is integrity within that market. As you hopefully have learned today, we are a regulated state, and as one of the parties noted rightfully, it is not our charge to protect voluntary rec markets or ensure that large data centers are able to trade credits for their own emissions goals and climate goals. I appreciate that and think that it is a good thing, but we are here to implement the law, and the law very clearly provides a path for claiming the carbon-free portion of market purchases. If we were to require credits to verify that, it would render that part of the statute obsolete and unimportant. And when legislators write things, we need to assume that they mean for us to actually implement those laws. So I don't have specific questions that I'd like to start with. I just wanted to make a couple of those points. I guess one additional point I want to make is related to new 21A. Dr. Kuklinski noted that the 4-year shelf life has been really important for utilities to balance out intermittent renewable production over time and to comply with the laws in place in the past in an affordable manner. I don't disagree with those comments, and 21A is truly meant as an exploratory filing that will help us to gain information and understand better the role of the shelf life and the costs and benefits of potentially moving towards tighter matching of renewable energy production over time. I think that, as I said before, implementation is not an event. It is a journey, and we will learn over time. Tools will advance. Policy does spur innovation, and I do expect that utilities, regulators, and other stakeholders will innovate, and we will learn more, and we will move forward. And I have no doubt that over the next 5 years, which is the time between now and when compliance actually begins, we will probably make changes. And those will be based on information that we gain through this regulatory process and other processes. And I look forward to that journey with all of you and all of the many steps that we will take to ensure that we are implementing this law in a way that is valid, that creates benefits for the state of Minnesota and moves us forward through our policy goals in very thoughtful way. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Commissioner Partridge. That was really helpful, and appreciate your overall intensive work to help put together a comprehensive framework that I think is a very viable path forward for the Commission today. Commissioner Sullivan.
Thank you, Chair Sieben. Thank you, Commissioner Partridge. I appreciate your comments. I was actually wondering if probably one of the utilities, maybe Mr. Reznicki or Mr. Dobson. Actually, Mr. Reznicki, you're a resource planner, so maybe you could answer this question. No offense, Mr. Dobson. Mr. Wisniewski, I'm just curious on the whole issue of net market purchases. What is your estimation? I think Minnesota right now, at least the numbers that I have in my head, Minnesota consumes probably around 70 million megawatt hours of energy per year. And our utilities generate probably somewhere in the neighborhood of 68 to 72 million based on the year. So when we talk about net market purchases, we're talking about a sliver of the overall system. And if you could just verify that, if you have a little bit more color, I'd appreciate that too.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Commissioner Sullivan, I was looking forward to playing rock, paper, scissors with Mr. Dobson to come
well,
up
you
here.
could
But,
bring somebody
no,
pass the baton to somebody.
So I agree that your thesis is correct, right? As utilities in MISO, all of us have to satisfy resource adequacy requirements, carry the requisite capacity assets, and hedge our own portfolios with energy generated from our own assets, our contracted assets, or market purchases. And that's something that we strive to do every single day. Speaking for GRE, our board has a hedging policy that requires that we achieve certain percentages of hedged energy going into summer, winter, and that tightens as you get closer to those events. So our exposure to what we can call naked market purchases, where you're exposed to volatility and price spikes, are extraordinarily slim. It would be a suboptimal business decision to have a large exposure to the market that is not hedged by purchases or by contracted or generation assets. So when we think about our IRP, the IRP is a tool for the utilities and for the commission and for other stakeholders to demonstrate how we are achieving the standards, how we're meeting the goals, and also what our level of net market interaction is. And you're right, it's not large. Right. So, and that's something that we can demonstrate.
You're using it basically to fill in the gaps.
That's correct. Yes.
That
it's purchases on the fringe. We think about the market like a giant battery. Right. It's there when you're a little bit short. It's there to sell into when you're a little bit long.
And that is certainly reflected in the resource plans that have been approved by this commission across the waterfront. And
that's correct, Commissioner Sullivan. Yes, every IRP, as I said before, it's a tool for the commission, for the utilities, for the interveners to demonstrate and see what is our energy mix, what is our exposure to the market, and how does that work and fit with this carbon-free standard that we're going to demonstrate compliance to in our proceedings.
So at worst, and Dr. Lieb, you could weigh in on this, is we're talking about a fairly small slice of the overall pie that this potentially would impact. So one of the things that I find frustrating are these kind of maximalist arguments that the fate of the world hangs on this, when we're actually not talking about the vast majority of the market is going to be covered by your purchases, which are covered by our resource plans, and we're talking about a thin slice, what you guys basically use to kind of cover things over.
That's correct, Commissioner Sullivan. Yes.
Okay, Dr. Lieb, you want to weigh in on that?
Sure. Chair Sieben, Commissioner Sullivan, we're in agreement it's a small slice, and I think that, so we made our point.
We're good.
We made our point on the we made our point on the legal argument that the partial compliance seems to apply for the green hydrogen CCS in a different way than we are applying it here for market purchases if we're not requiring a REC, which seems odd. But setting aside the legal discussion that we're having, from a policy perspective, it seems that there's very little impact to the utilities if they need RECs to cover the carbon-free portion of their market sales and purchases. So we're unsure why there's this focus on the need for flexibility and cost concerns and all of that. RECs are also fairly cheap. But we do think that precedentially not requiring a REC and allowing for double counting is a very large concern, regardless of how small of a sliver this is. So if we're to look at this from a pure policy perspective, there's very negative policy implications to allowing the double counting and not requiring a REC for market purchased energy, whether that's RNG or electricity or any of these other things we might envision in the future. And on the opposite side of the policy, I don't see what this concern about need for flexibility or cost concerns are, there's also plenty of cost off-ramps in this bill if there were to truly be an actual meaningful cost concern.
Isn't that what the statute says? I mean, that's the struggle I'm having here is, are you basically saying to us the legislature didn't know this? The legislature was blind and didn't recognize when they wrote that statute that there could be a very small sliver of double counting here to create, I think Mr. Prentice said, and he was there when this law was being made as you were. And so I'm trying to understand, did the legislature just totally not get it when they wrote that language? Because it seems pretty plain to me.
Chair Sieben, Commissioner Tuma, the bill is written without a clear compliance instrument. So it would have been reasonable to assume that a compliance instrument would have been RECs, and I think that that's the direction that we're moving towards. But it could have been that we want the resource to be guaranteed carbon-free or partially carbon-free. And there could have been an argument that market purchases were not at all carbon-free or they were neutral. And in that case, then there would have been no way for a utility to comply if they couldn't consider a portion of their market purchases to be carbon-free. So our read of the statute is that there's a specific carve-out to require the Commission to allow for partial compliance with the rule. And there are two ways under which you could receive partial compliance. One is if you have a facility that utilizes carbon-free technology, but not for the full 100% of the generation, and presumably the percentage that is carbon-free of that generation would have some compliance instrument associated with it, and most likely a REC. And then the annual purchases from the market, the net, could also be considered at least partially carbon-free, and presumably also would need a compliance instrument, which would be a REC. That is our read and our understanding. I believe this docket has plenty of allusions to other negotiations that happened in getting this bill forward. Those are not part of the legislative record. They are not legislative intent. And if the legislature had intended to exempt market purchases from the compliance requirement, they could have done that clearly in plain language.
Madam Chair, can I read the statute? I just want to read the language because I simply think that you're misrepresenting what the law says. And I'll just say that right now. The law states, the Commission shall include criteria and standards that require the Commission to allow for partial compliance with 2G, which is the carbon-free standard, for an electric utility's annual purchases from a regional transmission organization net of the electric utility's sales to the RTO, but only for the percentage of annual net purchases that are carbon-free, which the percentage the Commission must calculate based on the regional transmission organization's system-wide annual fuel mix or applicable sub-regional fuel mix. If they wanted utilities to then go purchase RECs in addition to calculating that percentage, they would have written that in. They can purchase all the RECs they want. Why bother calculating the percent of the fuel mix from the RTO if you can just go purchase RECs? I'm sorry, but it is not logical to me that the legislature intended for utilities to count up the percentage from MISO that is carbon-free and then go to the open market and buy RECs for those, unless they were to write that. And if you feel like that should be in statute, the legislature will convene this winter.
Chair Seaman, Commissioner Partridge, I think this is best answered with a question, which is, under this subdivision, there are two partially carbon-free resources. Does the Commission believe that the partially free carbon resources in I do not need a REC for their portion of carbon-free energy?
I don't think that this is really a back and forth of like you asking us questions and we're going to like be able to move the ball forward and make a determination here. I appreciate your thoughts, Dr. Lieb, and we've all carefully reviewed your decision here. But, maybe we should move forward and talk about a different section of the record, because at least I'm ready to make a decision on this, and I align with Commissioner Partridge and her interpretation of it. Commissioner Tuma, a different area?
Yeah, a different one. It's somewhat similar, but I'm looking at Partridge 14, and I'm Mr. Brzezicki. I think that it's important that we're including language on the IRP in this as it relates to net market purchases. And I would hope that the utilities agree with that. There is a relationship between, if we're not doing a good job in the IRP, that slice becomes bigger or more problematic. I remember early on in this process, I remember MP coming here wanting to 10% from the market. We told him no, not gonna allow it. You gotta get it right. And so I'm looking at 14, and I appreciate it being in there, because I think what this is saying, and I want to hear from you, is that we want a pretty stringent hourly standard to be part of the sensitivities we look at. We look at multiple sensitivities when we do an IRP, but we're asking you to do an hourly, and that should help us refine and get closer so that net market, hopefully, after we do a good job in the IRP, becomes irrelevant. Is that your understanding of why we're putting 14 in here?
Mr. Brzezicki.
Chair, Commissioner Tuma.
Specifically, just the first sentence of 14, just doing the sensitivity. We'll talk about the second sentence later, because you had some changes to that. Just that first sentence of 14.
Staff modified 14, Commissioner Tuma?
Partridge modified 14.
Okay, thank you.
On my page. Thank you.
Chair, Commissioner Tuma, your question, I believe, is about IRPs and whether or not we can or are willing to do this. I know and I can only speak for GRE, right? So Dr. Kuklinski and myself spoke on behalf of the aligned utilities at the outset. Every utility in here filed their own comment, developed their own record, and so each utility speaks for themselves. I'm only speaking on behalf of GRE right now. We supported 14 as modified by GRE, that we can speak about later. But for that first sentence, you're correct in that we receive information requests in the IRP process all the time for a number of different things. We don't view this as fundamentally dissimilar, especially when we state this as to the extent practicable within the constraints of our modeling infrastructure, that we can do something like this, which is the reason that we supported the decision option for GRE.
For GRE. But now, when you said, and I just want to clarify, because I didn't catch this in the discussion when you were talking about your decision options. You sounded like you agreed with Partridge, except for the shelf life decision option. Is the position of all the utilities 14, or your 14 revised, or no position on 14?
Commissioner Tuma, that's our preference, is GRE modified, Partridge modified 14. Every utility in here, as demonstrated by Ms. Witter and staff that compiled the decision options and the preferences, the utilities are denoted as to what their preferred decision options and decision options they oppose. So GRE specifically supports GRE modified, Partridge modified 14.
I just want to be clear, because when you came up, and that's might be my confusion.
Yeah, there is we're wordsmithing a little bit here, Mr. Brzezicki. So Partridge modified 14 says, and I think this is what you were asking, Commissioner Tuma, it replaces the word contingencies with sensitivities, which has the support of the department and a bunch of other groups, as you said. But you're saying that we should take out the word regulatory in the last sentence, which that wasn't what Commissioner Tuma was asking. He said he was only asking about the first sentence.
In that case, Madam Chair, Commissioner Tuma, we agree with the first sentence as written, with sensitivities instead of contingencies.
And I just want to understand, when you had your initial comments from the allied utilities, just so I'm clear, so I'm not misunderstanding, I thought you agreed with, this is what I heard, I could have heard wrong. I heard you agreed with Partridge, okay, decision options she's laid out, except for 21. Is that what I heard? And that would incorporate Partridge 14 then?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Tuma, yes, GRE did suggest and offer some modifications, but broadly we accept what Commissioner Partridge has laid out as her proposed motion.
So as far as I'm looking at the Allied, what you testified to, and so I just want to make sure I'm tracking with it. I'm fine with 14, particularly the first sentence. I do have concerns about the second sentence because I think those sensitivities are, once we do them, the cost-benefit analysis is already being done within that sensitivity, okay? So I don't know how important it is in the IRP to talk about other regulatory processes. I'm just looking at making sure I have the best IRP with the best sensitivities is why I'm fine with one. I see what I think that's what you're trying to do with your word change in your offer.
And Mr. Rizicki, are you speaking when you said you support, Great River Energy supports your wordsmithing of Partridge Modified 21? What about the aligned utilities? Are they all okay with Partridge Modified 21?
Madam Chair, this is a great point to clarify here, in that the aligned utilities were filed a set of comments as a group to specify clearly our position on the topic of hourly compliance. Beyond that, every utility was filing their own record development and has their own preferred
so
decision.
the aligned utilities, though, I heard at the beginning, and in the interest of moving forward, like, I don't want to get into a long discussion of wordsmithing, adding your carbon-free standard into the GRE modification of Partridge 21, because I'm seeing here that most of the utilities and others support Partridge Modified 21 and I think that's what was said in the opening comments too. So, Dr. Kuklinski, what can we move forward with just like, I think for consideration, unless Commissioner Tuma really wants to talk about it more? What about?
I just want to understand what was communicated to me because I wasn't understanding it.
Okay. Sorry.
Chair Sieben, Commissioner Tuma, thanks for allowing me to come up since I made that statement. The utilities are aligned in their support of Partridge Modified 14. I think from the utility perspective, if the Commission wanted to adopt the minor change that Great River Energy had proposed, we wouldn't be opposed to it, but we're fine with the original Modified 14.
And what about 21?
Chair Sieben, utilities are aligned in their opposition to, and I don't know if it's opposition or just a concern about the resources and time that would go into that evaluation at this point, given sort of all the big things we have ahead of us. And that's the point we wanted to make, is that if the commission's position is not that the commission wishes to reduce or eliminate the 4-year shelf life, then we think that evaluation is unnecessary at this time. However, I would say we are not strongly opposed to doing that.
Yeah, and Commissioner Partridge, could you add more clarity here, please?
Sure. First of all, on Partridge Modified 14 and GRE's suggested language change, I'm completely comfortable with GRE's suggestion. I think you caught something that I wasn't reading into, which is what are the pros and cons of doing an hourly matching construct, and what are the differences that we learn from adding that sensitivity. And it doesn't need to be specific to a regulatory focus change. So I appreciate that change and would happily incorporate that if others are comfortable with it. To Partridge 21, as I stated before, it's intended purely as a exploratory plan or filing that would help us to learn more about how these rec banks work. We've had the same policy for decades, which is a 4-year shelf life for credits. I am interested in many of the comments on the record that really talk about the need to more closely match those credits to, in time to when we actually use them. However, there was very little record development on the costs and benefits of doing such. I will say that, as you will see, that the filing I'm requesting is to look at how those could be best utilized through 2035. So if the problem is the timing of the filing, I think we could certainly extend the due date, because I really do not anticipate that it would be a good policy change in the near term. I am looking out into the future in the future, how could we make a smooth transition if we decided to change that policy? I do not think that it would be a good thing for ratepayers or for the state of Minnesota to make a quick change in that policy, because I do understand that first of all, those banks have significant value associated with them, and we would not want to remove the value of those and what that provides to ratepayers today. So anyway, all to say, this is a long-term look and an investigation well into the future. And so if it would be helpful to have a longer timeline for that, I'm comfortable with that too.
You mean in 21A?
Yeah, just in the due
Partridge,
date.
In the due date.
Yeah.
In June 1st, 2026.
Right.
Along that lines, Madam Chair,
Commissioner Tuma.
to the utilities, this is what I'm thinking, and you can tell me if I'm wrong. If I were sitting in your shoes, which I'm not, from a regulatory certainty standpoint, the sooner this discussion happens, probably the better. I mean, if you think about it, she's asking us to deal with it essentially in the time frame of the winter of 2027, okay, or January, February, when these filings come before us. We won't make a decision until probably later on that year on this. So you're basically buying yourselves 4 years to prepare, because it really the soonest one could effectuate this would be 2031, that your banks would be lost, okay? And so you could probably wait a year and still accomplish that, but I would think I would rather have the regulatory certainty and have the decision made earlier. I get we're stacking a lot, and one of the things in the briefing paper was the future decisions we have to make, and those are coming to us at the end of this year. And so stacking this decision at the end of next year, where you guys will be writing about this, it seems to be reasonable, when I talk to staff, to have this conversation at that stage, to give you earlier regulatory certainty. But like Commissioner Partridge said, I have no problem if you want to wait till the filing in 2027 to do this and have that conversation. I still think we can deal with it, and there's enough of a window of time before 2031 before we have to alter the banking the way she has it developed. So you tell me. I would rather have the regulatory certainty and do it faster, but I'm not in your shoes. I'm not doing the regulatory work. So you tell me
Dr.
what you
Kuklinski or Mr. Rizicki, on the year only, please.
Chair Sieben, Commissioner Tuma, we actually did have those conversations as joint utilities about, if this decision option were to be adopted, having that regulatory certainty sooner would be better. And so in that sense, if the commission chooses to adopt this decision option, we think it's fine to leave as is.
Great, thank you.
That would be my thought of that. That makes sense. It was make the decision and get it done, because I think then it kind of sets it up and pours a little bit more in concrete going into compliance by 2040, where you have to be at 100%. I would rather know that sooner and better. So I appreciate that conversation. So thank you.
On this,
Zicki, you have
no,
you're fluttering there, and so I don't know if you have. I don't want
we're good. Commissioner Hom has a follow-up, and then Commissioner Sullivan has a different question.
Thank you, Chair Sieben. So for the utilities, for the Partridge modified 14, do you have any technical difficulty running the sensitivity? I mean, Mr. Ruzic, you are the resource planner, so I'm asking you technical answer.
Chair Commissioner, that is a question that I think we're still looking at as to what our models can do, and we do have staff here that are able to speak to that, so we can confer. However, can we do it? We can do our best to satisfy the conditions of Partridge Modified 14 and represent what this might look like. And I do note that in that decision option it does say to the extent practicable, which means that we will do everything that we can that the models allow us to do to satisfy that order point.
Yeah, I don't know whether you had a chance to review department's response to our staff's request on the whether your model already have. So multiple utility running on campus already has is load profile and wind and solar future unit profile in 8760 form. What additional information do you need to run that sensitivity? Because I do not like the language of extend practicable portion because I do not want to litigate this one during the ILP.
Commissioner Hum, are you saying you'd just prefer that we not do like a version of Partridge Modified 14, or you'd tell me again what you don't like about it?
My concern is that utility has a qualifying language there. We may litigate during the ILP process saying that we cannot do this with this region. Department may have a different opinion. So I want to make sure that we have a common understanding here whether there is any technical difficulty running the model.
Briefly, Mr. Rizicki.
Chair Commissioner Hom, very brief. We can provide an 8,760 hour load. We can provide representative load profiles of each clean energy resource that qualifies under the EETS and CFS. Some of the information asymmetry we have is how would we assign dollar amount values to those hourly recs in the event that there is a shortfall in April 2nd hour ending 1800. Do we assign those a value of $5, $50, 50 cents? We don't know. So that's to the extent practical. That's what we're thinking about when we want to bring the commission the best information we can. We simply don't know what that might look like from a modeling and quantification perspective.
I understand. So it's not a technical difficulty. It's about interpretation of your output. Okay, thank you. Same question to department. So can department run this model and produce this sensitivity?
Chair Sieben, Commissioner Hom, the department appreciates the recommendation I think you're making to remove the as practicable language. We don't believe there's going to be any issue. We acknowledge there's going to be uncertainty in assigning certain values, but I think the staff analysis of the modeling in this docket speaks to that really well, which has a quote that modeling results are necessarily flawed. They are always flawed. You are always dealing with uncertainty, and I think that uncertainty is not an impracticability.
Okay, so yeah, once again, technically you can run, but interpretation can be different. Okay, thank you.
And are you going to need additional resources if we adopt any of these, Dr. Lieb, or request additional cost recovery for doing this in any versions of the hourly matching and IRPs?
Chair Sieben, I don't believe that adopting 14 would result in a significantly large amount more work than we currently do. We do think that a work group is a good idea, which is decision option 13, to further explore this, and that might require additional work.
I would just say that you're welcome to conduct that work group if you want to do that too. You don't need our authority to have that happen. But Commissioner Partridge, oh no, sorry, Commissioner Sullivan, I skipped over you earlier.
That's okay. I just want to make sure that I got this right. I was a little confused with the shelf life of RECs discussion there between Partridge Modified 21 and Partridge New 21A. I just want to clarify what is going on there because, Commissioner Partridge.
Thank you. And first, I want to recognize that numbering new decision options is never not confusing, no matter what direction we go. So I realize that I flubbed it when I was trying to.
A little bit worse later this afternoon. You did actually a pretty good job. So.
Okay. Okay, good. Well, okay, so Partridge modified 21. The purpose there is to just confirm and make clear that today we are not changing the shelf life of RECs. We are maintaining the status quo. And it's maybe unnecessary to put it in there, but it's just to affirm that nothing's changing, folks. That's basically what that says. 21A is to say, let's start investigating this early to think about what the costs and benefits would be and sort of what maybe the resource differences would look like going forward if we were to change the shelf life over time. And I picked a date out into the future, 2035, a bit to accommodate for the other decision option I put in response to the federal legislation, but also because I think that that gives us a nice long lead time to make any major changes and to really make sure that we're being thoughtful and understanding the consequences. So 21A is to reaffirm the 4-year shelf, I'm sorry, I did this again. 21 is to reaffirm the shelf life. 21A is an exploratory filing for us to learn more about what the implications would be if we were to change the shelf life in 2035.
So I just want to make sure that I'm kind of getting this into the old duder's head. There's a Big Lebowski quote. Is the discussion that you guys had was about if we were to do 21A, the new 21A, getting that done earlier, so that we can understand the implications of that sooner rather than later. Do I have that right?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Sullivan, I believe that's a correct assessment of the discussion between you and Dr. Kuklinski. But
Dr. Kuklinski, I should refer the question.
What I would also say is that GRE, while we appreciate the clarification, we still do oppose the new, or the Partridge 21A. And we outlined the reasons for that in our decision options. And today, we didn't consider that the shelf life of RECs was going to be under consideration. And that's something that we have taken for a given in policy, and that colors our long-term multi-decadal investments and the cost efficiency and the economic proposition of new wind and solar and agreements like that. So introducing that uncertainty, even on an exploratory basis, is something that we just wanted to voice our concern with in our opposition to that decision point.
Dr. Kuklinski.
Chair Stephen, Commissioner Sullivan, Minnesota Power is in alignment with that position, and I should have clarified that for Minnesota Power, if the commission does choose to adopt this, it would be fine for us to keep the timeline that's outlined in the decision option. But I think, as we stated in opening statements, Minnesota Power is also aligned with the opposition to it on the basis that we strongly oppose reducing the shelf life.
I mean, I do have another question, but I'll let Commissioner Hom go.
Thank you, Chair Stephen. So I need to ask Commissioner Partridge. So that regional, to go back to that regional partial credit part. So right after MISO portion, you mentioned about applicable regional fuel mix. So are you suggesting that SPP side, you are proposing whole SPP-wide fuel mix, not the sub-regional fuel mix?
Thank you, Chair Stephen, Commissioner Hom. So I will say that this was particularly difficult to craft. The idea in 7A is, simply put, just take your own carbon-free out, so you're not double counting your own carbon-free in the same filing. That's really the only intent. It's challenging because of all of these nuances, including those utilities that sell into SPP, and there is not a sub-regional fuel mix, as I understand it, for SPP. My attempt here is to provide some recognition of that nuance. If you feel like there's a better way to state it, I would say that staff and I went down a rabbit hole until we hit Middle Earth. And so I'm really open to it. The whole intent is, there's a lot in there about the residual fuel mix and some of the difficulty in trying to, get super precise in the net market purchases on the residual fuel mix and the lag we would create in figuring out what was claimed and not claimed, and then trying to get compliance filings. So it's just to say, when you come in here, please don't ask us to double certify your own carbon free. And I hope that came across, and there's just a lot of nuance there. So I hope if there's a better way, please set the path.
No, I do not have a better way. I just want to make sure the order writer and the utility understand the geographical, that area for the SPP side, because MISO side is very clear.
Right.
But SPP side is not clear. So I just want to make sure that in the record that we are recognizing SPP, it is not sub-regional, but the region-wide.
Right.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Along that line, I think Missouri River is here, and I would ask them if they're confused, so how they would do this.
Sounds like there's a fire alarm outside. So, they're online. Welcome. Hi, please state your name and answer Commissioner Tuma's question.
Yes, good morning. Yes, good morning. This is Derek Birch with Missouri River Energy Services. I'm joined with Terry Wolf, who's our Vice President and Chief Operating Officer at Missouri River, and I'll let Terry weigh in on this question. Go ahead, Terry.
And I apologize, I didn't hear the question other than our name cited, so if you could repeat the question, it'd be helpful. Thank you.
Well, I'll let Commissioner Hahn, because he was the one that asked it. I just wanted to know if we need to provide clarity or not, or you feel pretty comfortable where you're at.
No, thank you. So in the Partridge News 7A, and for the net market purchase credit tracking section, so MISO part, we clarify with a specific sub-region. I was trying to clarify for the SPP side, since SPP side wasn't explicitly mentioned, but there is a section saying applicable regional fuel mix. So I want to make sure that SPP utility is now allowed to do this under this proposal using SPP-wide fuel mix rather than certain subsection of the SPP. And I was just asking clarification for that part.
Sure. Thank you, Chair Stephen, Commissioner Hahn. We, as you duly know, we have a few members that are in the Southwest Power Pool. I think 3 member municipals. This is, to be frank with you, a bit of a rounding error issue, and to be frank with you, we would almost prefer to just keep it really simple and use MISO North, but do appreciate your perspective of trying to be more precise and are willing to accept the SPP, footprint calculations if that's what the commission determines. But again, we're flexible there, and it helps with our messaging to keep it simple across the membership, but again, open to the commission's direction there.
Yeah, in addition to MRES, also there are co-ops and munis who's getting service from WAPA or Basin. So if you have any opinion about this regional applicable fuel mix, if you are okay with just sticking with the MISO number as a proxy, I have no opinion one way or another, but I just want to make sure that we have a clear understanding when we are writing this order.
And I would think the way it's drafted, we would see it in their compliance filing if they're going to choose something that's, another regional mix. They would have to come and present it to us. But I agree with you. I think we would err on the side if they're going to use it as a proxy. It's a fair proxy. So I'm hearing nothing. So
Commissioners, do you have additional questions? Otherwise, I'd propose we take a short break and then come back and have Commissioner Partridge start with a motion, and you could have time to gather any additional modifications you want to her motion or whatever you need.
Sounds perfect.
Do you need more than 5 minutes? No. Okay, the commission stands in recess for 5 minutes. The commission will come back from its recess. Sorry that took a little longer than I thought. And Commissioner Partridge, did you want to begin with an overall motion, please?
Yes. Chair Sieben, I have one clarification, which is I have kind of two sets of decision options. We really haven't dug into the response to federal legislation, which only has two. Do you want to go ahead with the framework first and then discuss those after?
Yeah, because you might have questions for the parties.
Or others might, yeah.
Okay, sure, whatever
Yeah.
you think.
Sure. Okay. So my proposed motion for the framework for compliance with the new carbon-free standard would be decision option 1, decision option 5, decision option Partridge new 7A, Partridge modified 11, 12, GRE modified Partridge modified 14, Partridge modified 21, and Partridge new 21A.
Commissioner Partridge, I will, first, do commissioners have any questions to clarify what the motion was? Commissioner Sullivan?
I'm just internalizing it right now before you go on. I just want to.
Who has comments they'd like to make overall? Or Commissioner Partridge, what did you say was your motion in the hourly tracking section?
My proposal is Great River Energy's modified Partridge modified 14. And I do want to just note that my intent for a sensitivity within resource plans that shows an hourly matching construct is for informational purposes.
This, what I'm concerned about here on GRE modification of Partridge modified 14 is that we are making a decision, Commission, that could be making our resource planning process really, not necessarily, but has the potential to make it more complicated and take more time. I'm also concerned about the costs of ordering all of our utilities to do a sensitivity analysis of hourly matching when we don't have clear record development about the costs of doing that. So I'm expressing a little bit of hesitation with moving forward with GRE modification of Partridge modified 14 and wondering if Commissioner Partridge, you would be, if you think that that is an essential component of your overall motion to move forward with a commission established framework for how to do compliance here. Like
Sure.
It's a bit outside the scope of what we need to decide, and because we're not adopting some of the cost considerations that others, including the department, have said they may need to do, I'm just wondering if maybe we could just skip that one for now and kind of bring that up at a different time, or for perhaps like if GRE wants to do it, as they said they could do it in their resource plan in the future?
So Chair Stephen, first of all, I will just state for the record that I'm not sure GRE wants to do it. but okay, with that being said, certainly this is not an essential part of the compliance requirements of the carbon-free standard as I see it. From my perspective, it would be interesting and informative for us to know what the outcome would look like under an hourly matching scenario and be able to compare that to our current framework so that we could understand what are the cost implications, but maybe more interestingly, what are the resource differences in either of those pathways. That said, it is for informational purposes, and I understand your concern around the cost implications and complexity of resource planning already. So I guess I would look to others to weigh in. I also think if there's a way to make this a little bit more limited in scope, I'm also open to that.
Commissioner Hom.
Thank you, Chair Stephen. Yeah, I'm not strong one way or another, but I think here is some perspective. Since Google is looking for this information, whichever utility who's seeking hosting Google data center will do it. So even though we do not have this order point, we will see that information one way or another.
Is there any way, Commissioner Hom, to get Google to pay for it rather than utility ratepayers?
I mean, that has to be part of the overall rate when they are coming in with the rate design. So that's why I think it'll be better if you leave it as a voluntary compliance for the large data center to do it, if they want it, and if utility wants to host them. I think that's why I'm not strong one way or another on this, even though I made some comment there to make sure that we do not have any difference in the understanding of whether it's doable or not in the ILP process. But as I had a concern with, I share your concern, because when there is a dispute about what to do, yes, that's not a good thing. So that's why I weigh in on it. But I think even without this, I think we will see some information from it.
Mm-hmm. And maybe a potential solution is to cap the amount of costs that are attributable back to ratepayers for doing this additional sensitivity, to try to indicate to the utilities that they shouldn't spend a whole bunch of money when it's still not clear that it's necessarily needed for us to make resource acquisition decisions. That is my concern here, is that we're embarking on a expensive regulatory path without fully knowing the costs of asking the utilities to comply with it, which clearly the utilities pass those costs on to ratepayers. So Commissioner Tuma, can you help me out here?
I agree with you. I mean, I'm comfortable with it being here because I think there's a nexus between resource planning and this docket, and so that's why I'm comfortable having it put there. But my natural inclination is let each particular resource plan deal with it. I can't imagine resource plans by some of these smaller utilities, munis, and co-ops are going to have to worry about Google coming to them. So in some ways, I think it's best to just leave it to the IRP process. And if a particular commissioner wants it at that stage,
how about, what if I added, Commissioner Partridge, the utilities shall accompany this with a discussion of the potential costs, including the cost of running a sensitivity analysis, so that then in the IRP, we will also have the costs explicitly of what doing the hourly matching analysis or sensitivity run will be. And then I assume that if we delineate that cost, later we could deal with it in a cost recovery proceeding. Do you think that works, Commissioner Partridge? I'm interested in the actual cost of doing the sensitivity analysis, Commissioner Tuma, not only the additional costs, which I think are the overall system costs that are discussed in the decision option. Commissioner Sullivan?
I hear what you're saying. I'm wondering if this could be addressed by, instead of having, in Partridge Modified 14, instead of saying IRP filing utilities shall, to move that to may, and then it's incumbent upon the people to argue for it within the context of the IRP, and large utilities like Great River, Xcel, Minnesota Power, that are likely going to have interest amongst industrial ratepayers who are interested in this, you know, can move forward, and then utilities that are smaller or utilities that it doesn't work for, they don't have to include it. I'm wondering if that would kind of square the circle here.
That's helpful. Commissioner Partridge?
Yeah, I'm comfortable with that. I think that's fine. As I stated before, this really is for informational purposes, and I am sensitive to putting additional costs on ratepayers just so we can learn. But
Great. So I think then to fully, or to try to make this clear for Mr. Whitty, what we would do is in the first sentence, strike shall and insert may. And then in the last sentence, it would say utilities shall accompany this with a discussion of the potential costs, including the costs of running the sensitivity analysis, comma. So that way we have, it's both permissive and there's a clear filing with the commission of how much it does cost to do that sensitivity analysis. Does that work, Commissioner Partridge, for you?
yes,
Great.
that works for
Thank
me.
you. Thank you, Commissioner Sullivan. Any other discussion on Commissioner Partridge's overall motion, or?
I just had a question that I maybe should have asked it earlier, but in Partridge New 7A, the discussion around the different MISO zones, MISO North, zones 1 through 7, was there, I'm just curious how you determined those 1 through 7 rather than the entire MISO footprint.
Sure.
Sorry I didn't ask that earlier, but.
That's okay. Chair Sieben, Commissioner Sullivan, so there was discussion within the docket about the sub-regional fuel mix, and there were some questions about whether folks thought it was appropriate to use zones 1 through 3 versus 1 through 7. I chose the broader sub-regional fuel mix of 1 through 7. You, though, know MISO better than I, and so I am open to other ideas.
Commissioner Hom, looks like you have a. No, I mean, I think I'm just curious. Like 1 through 7 seems to be like a reasonable determination. That seems very reasonable to me. 1 through 3 is also closer to home, but we're sharing across the entire footprint, and there is a. I can see why zones 8, 9, and 10 are not included because they're in the south, and there's a transfer limitation between the south and the north that prohibit, or doesn't prohibit, but we don't get a lot from the south. So, I mean, it makes sense to me why 1 through 7, and I just was curious what the thinking was. So.
Great. On Commissioner Partridge's overall motion, do commissioners want to make overall thoughts or statements? I would just, Commissioner Hom? No? I would just say that I really need to emphasize that this was a really well-developed record, and even though we didn't have extensive conversation back and forth with all the parties that are online and in person, we read and really appreciate the extensive input you had into the record. I think that the overall framework that Commissioner Partridge has laid out for the commission is a really important milestone for the commission to help implement the law that so many people in this room worked so hard to implement. And I really also want to just emphasize again that the commission, as everyone here knows, is implementing a law that the legislature deliberated over extensively and worked really hard to pass. And former Speaker or Speaker Emeritus Hortman had a really instrumental role in passing carbon-free, and I was thinking about her a lot as I reviewed the record and was trying to, I'm not going to cry, but again, like, want to emphasize the important role that Speaker Emeritus Hortman played in getting us as a state regulatory agency to this point, to be able to be really proud of the work that the legislature, the Walz administration, and so many stakeholders that are here did to help pass this really important law. And I'm really proud of everyone for your participation and helping us make a really great decision that we can all be proud of here today. So that's what I had to say, Commissioner Partridge. Thank you again for your leadership, and to our staff who just did a really great job of helping us distill a tough docket here today. Any other comments? All in favor of Commissioner Partridge's motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, the motion passes 5-0. Thank you, everybody. We'll take a...
You want to do the...
Oh, dang it. I forgot. Sorry, Commissioner Partridge, your second set.
That is A-okay. So hopefully these will go a little faster. I just want to kind of tee up the thinking on these. So, well, separate from the framework decision options I put out, I introduced two ideas for consideration. These are in response to the 2025 budget reconciliation bill. Many of you have been paying very close attention to that legislation, which I should say is law, not bill. That law will terminate some very important tax credits and also creates restrictions on supply chains for certain energy resources. In total, the 2025 budget reconciliation bill will put incredible upward pressure on the costs of energy across the United States. As we all know, this comes at a time when folks are already really struggling with inflation to date and increasing costs of living. It also comes at a time when the federal government is also stripping out certain important funds that people have relied on, including LIHEAP, including SNAP benefits. And so I think that in a broad context, it's really important that as a state, we are all working together to mitigate the cost impacts of that legislation. So these are some ideas that I put forward. One is that we would provide a bit of a bonus period for renewable energy credits that come from any projects that utilities can bring online in time to receive tax credits. This is very similar to something that the Commission did when the solar energy standard was enacted, where we just delayed the start date of the shelf life of a renewable energy credit to really encourage utilities to invest early instead of all at the last minute. I want to recognize that the timeline here is very tight, and I know that you all are going to be limited in what you can do to move projects forward. Nonetheless, I wanted to find some way to provide an encouragement to you all to do whatever you can. And I would also like to make it clear that this will not put any kinds of additional costs on ratepayers who are already facing increasing costs. This is the one tool I can think of that wouldn't do that, that wouldn't cause any costs to move over to ratepayers, but would still provide an incentive to utilities. And that is what Partridge New 1 is intended to do. Partridge New 2 is a request from our utilities who have on-the-ground knowledge and have been working through our regulatory processes to bring projects forward. And that request is to tell us where the sticking points are, tell us what your ideas might be within our legal framework to potentially move faster on the regulatory side to support these projects to come on earlier. The tax credits, if we're able to really capitalize on those, would provide substantial benefits to Minnesota ratepayers. And so if there are ways that our regulatory processes can be tweaked without diminishing the important public engagement, transparency, and evaluations that we do to ensure that we are making decisions in the public interest. But if there are other ways that we can tweak them without diminishing those important, the important role of our processes, then I'd like to hear about them, and I am sure that other regulatory agencies and bodies in the state would as well. So that's my idea.
Yeah, can the utilities that want to speak to this please come forward? Mr. Dobson.
For those who can't see, they're racing up to the table.
Welcome. You look really enthusiastic about commenting here. Please state your name for the record.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioners, Ian Dobson, excuse me, with Xcel Energy. I may have just lost a bet by coming and speaking to you today, but I think in general, at least for Xcel, and I think you saw it across the board, I don't think I'm speaking for any other utility, but they can certainly correct me if I'm wrong. I think there was widespread either support or if not outright support. The utilities were fine with doing this, and I think for at least that from Xcel, we're happy to go down this path, and we think that this is this makes a lot of sense.
Commissioner Tuma.
Madam Chair, I'm looking past you to make sure I don't do this wrong, because I think there's some benefit to actually doing this in this docket, but whether we should do it as a separate order, so that if there's recon on the other one, it doesn't get slowed down, or if there's recon on this, it doesn't slow down the other one. So it's a separate idea. There wasn't a lot of direct comment. If some people have a chance to want to recon and have a discussion about it, it might be beneficial to do that. I think we can do it in a separate order. That would be fine, but I'm just making sure, looking to Commissioner Partridge, if that's okay. I support it. I think it's a good idea.
Yeah, Chair Stephen, Commissioner Tuma, I really appreciate your idea, and I 100% support it.
And just, there's a lot of other parties here. I guess I would open it up to if anybody has any objections to it or concerns or want a period of comment on it, they can come forward. I don't feel there's a need for it, I think, for comment, but I would want parties to have a chance now to say, no, we would like some extra time to look at this. If anybody needs to say they need extra time to look at it, I would be open to that. But if not, silence is, I think, consent at this stage, so. I'm good.
Okay. Commissioner Sullivan?
I just had one thought that I was thinking about is in looking at the carbon-free standard, we have the 80% target by 2030. And the way that I'm thinking about this is like, how do we, the 5-year plans that are on file now, that are approved now, like how do we speed those 5-year plans up into the next 2 years? That's the way that you're specifically thinking about this, correct? Yeah, so kind of grabbing those that would have been out in 28, 29 and pulling them earlier. So I'm assuming the utilities are thinking that too.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Commissioner Sullivan, I think, at least for us, again, I think that's how we're thinking about it. I think I probably should have said this in the last answer, but I think I should just say that, during the development of the federal legislation, we were active trying to make sure that we had the best possible outcome for our customers. Obviously that there's a lot of negotiation. I don't know the details of that, but I know that it was very much one of our priorities to try to preserve these tax credits for as long as could be available for our customers. And also that to the substance that I didn't speak to, at least we are aligned with where you're wanting to go with these. I mean, we're going to work very hard to maximize the credits because I think, as you articulated well, this is very important for our customers, and we're gonna do this anyway, and so we're happy to discuss it with you.
I think, oh, sorry, Commissioner Sullivan.
Just one last thing. The other thing that I've been thinking about is it's not approved yet by FERC yet, but is the ERAS process. And my read of that is that I think actually most of Xcel's new generation is not going to go through the FERC process because it's going to go through the Minnesota Energy Connection. But for the utilities out there that are thinking that will need MISO generator interconnection agreements, I would encourage you with those renewable projects that are going to be needing to get through a queue by 2027, and that you consider that mechanism. And I also note that MISO, at least what's before FERC right now, has some pretty rigid requirements on it, some guardrails on it that's going to entail going pretty fast, and people could want to do something, but because the process, our process, or a board process could be slow, you could miss the opportunity to a state that acted faster. So I would encourage people to be thinking about that process and how it can be utilized for the benefit of Minnesotans.
My question, Mr. Dobson, to put you on the spot, is if we're modifying Partridge New to the last sentence, says that the order would come out 60 days after the issuance of the other order. So I think we should just say a date that utilities should file their plan by. Like I was thinking October 15th, or because the first step, as I read Partridge New 2, is for utilities to kind of like tell us what the impacts of the changes are. And then I presume we would want to have a discussion, and I know the commission has said we want to talk about this in planning meeting type setting, or maybe in this new docket type setting, or it will be a order so we could, bring up the filing, what you're going to file. Is October 15th enough time? I don't want to push it out too far because then we still have to discuss what you file, but you need time to pull it all together.
Madam Chair, I think from our perspective, October 15th is probably about where we would have expected with the language that exists. So I agree that it's probably, it makes sense to stick a date in there so we know from today what our deadline is.
Okay, so if Commissioner Partridge, if you're okay with this, then I think the last sentence would just say, plan shall be filed by October 15th, 2025.
Yep, that sounds great.
Does any other concerns with Partridge New 1 or 2 that folks wanted to raise? Otherwise, commissioners, are you ready to vote? On Commissioner Partridge's New 1 and New 2, as I modified it, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? the motion prevails.
That included it being a separate order, I do.
Correct. That also, Mr. Whitty, you understood that this will be a separate order. I think we accomplished that by striking that last sentence. That's good? Okay, great. Okay, thank you again, everyone. We'll take a break for lunch until, what time, Commissioners? 1:15? And then take up our second item after the break. The commission is in recess.
It's not correct, but it's what we'll be working off of. That's also correct, but it's so just to follow along, go with this one.
The commission will come back from its recess and will take up our second and last item. Ms. McShane, please introduce the item for us.
Good afternoon, Chair Sieben and Commissioners. Item number 2 is docket number E002/M2527 in the matter of Northern States Power Company doing business as Xcel Energy's 2024 Annual Safety, Reliability, and Service Quality Report. The question before the Commission is, should the Commission approve Xcel's proposals on remote reconnection of disconnected customers during extreme heat events and air quality alerts? This week, the joint commenters, Xcel Energy, and the Department of Commerce filed new decision options. Yesterday, Commissioner Tuma filed new decision options in a proposed motion. Note that a corrected version was filed in the docket this morning. Copies of the corrected version of Commissioner Tuma's decision options in motion were provided to commissioners and are available at the front of the room. Also, staff has compiled a list of all the decision options and provided it to customers. That list is also at the front of the room. I have no further remarks, but I am available for questions. Thank you.
And did we have opening statements, Ms. McShane? I don't remember, sorry.
Chair Sieben, no, we do not.
Okay, so we'll go first into questions. And why don't we start with Commissioner Tuma? Thank you for filing a motion. If you want to go ahead, that would be helpful.
Yeah, if parties could come up, I'd appreciate that. So. And just a note on the decision options, we'll be working from the compiled decision options that are up there. The commissioners all have it. And the reason we're working from that, for sure, just note that when you get to 13, unlucky 13, things got a little confusing, so.
Wait, Commissioner Tuma, sorry, these are just like very confusing.
Yep, I know they are.
Are we looking at?
You're looking at the compiled, you got the one, yep.
Compiled includes yours, your motion.
Yep, so if you look on
Great.
page 2, it should have Tuma, new decision off in 8C at the bottom. If that's the case, then you got the right one.
Thank you.
Because numbers get kind of confusing as we go later because they were misnumbered the second time around, so it'll all make sense eventually.
And the parties, Ms. McShane just said there's a copy of the right version here, so you have it.
Madam Chair, to the utility, I got 5 areas I want to talk about a little bit. First is on, you'll note that I have a decision option that says that you should not have any additional reconnection things that are different than bad weather or reconnection after a repayment plan. It's decision option Tuma new amended 12 or Tuma amended 12. It's the 3rd page of the decision options you're looking at. And this is, I was reading the record, I just couldn't figure out why on earth we're telling people to go down and shut all their breakers off, to be honest with you. I'm trying to understand why would we do something more than what we would do if we're reconnecting them or if it was bad weather. So help me out here. What's going on? Are you okay with this? Or I'm trying to figure out why we're going to do something more onerous.
And state your name for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Riley Conlon on behalf of Xcel Energy, and with me is Nick Martin and Deidre Howard is also here. And Commissioner Tuma, first of all, appreciate the question and the work to compile these briefing papers and consolidate what has been a really iterative process with us and the stakeholders. We think there's a lot of positive record development, and the company's really proud and happy to bring forward this first of its kind in the state, and we think first nationwide program like this forward. And so we're really appreciative of the Commission's leadership and the work with stakeholders on this matter. As with respect to decision option 12, and I will start, I might have Ms. Howard come up and give me some assistance here. So It has been the company's practice to have that be differentiated and that there is a safety concern there. And it has to do with the elapse of time typically between a weather event, which would be relatively short and reconnected fairly quickly, versus a reconnection for entering into a payment plan where
Take whether, how about a reconnection plan? The person's obviously going to be out for a while there too. Do you tell them to go turn all their breakers off before you restart their, on a reconnection plan?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Tuma, I'm going to have Ms. Howard come up and speak through that process.
Ms. Howard, welcome. Please state your name for the record and the organization you're representing. I think, sorry to interrupt, you have to turn the microphone on.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Madam Chair, my name is Deidre Howard. I work with Xcel Energy in the Customer Care Organization as a Director for Customer Policy. To your question, today, if a customer is disconnected, and we've exhausted all resources to get them reconnected, once they do enter into a payment arrangement, make a payment, they are directed to call us so that we do give them those breakers off instructions, and they acknowledge that they have heard them and that they're taking that action. It is a long-standing safety process policy that we've always, as long as I've been with the company, we've always had that in
So hello,
place.
Ms. Jones. Okay, we're going to reconnect you. We got your plan. You're going to be reconnected at noon today. Turn all your breakers off. And she says yes, or texts you yes. That's it. You don't have to go in there, verify it. You just turn it on, and your liability's covered.
We actually don't accept text right now. This is strictly based on a phone call, but yes, that would be what would happen. We would tell them when the reconnection will occur after they've confirmed that the breakers are off.
They make that confirm. You don't go check it, see if they're off or on. You just assume they're supposed to do it.
No, Commissioner Tuma.
Your liability's covered. So
It's
they left their stove on and the stove burns down the house, Xcel's not going to get sued. That's what we're worried about, right?
We're worried about the safety of the customer, obviously, but yes.
So if we just delete bad weather, then you have no disagreement with what that decision option says.
What number, Commissioner Tuma?
Amendment, Tuma amended decision option 12.
That's correct, sir.
So delete bad weather, outage, or, and it works for you.
That works for us, Commissioner Tuma.
I just didn't want to be treated different. It just, when I was reading the record, it sounded like we're going to make these people run around and you got to confirm, you're going to be standing there making sure the breakers all get switched off. I can bet that half of them don't even know where the breakers are, but that's neither here nor there. So, okay. So Tuma, 12.
Bad weather.
Take out bad weather.
So it would say, the customer requirements for reconnection shall not be greater than what is required after a reconnection with a payment plan.
That is correct. And it wasn't clear, so I'm on 8C now, okay? It wasn't clear to me in the record when this would occur. If it's one minute, it's going to be over 151 or whatever. I mean, there seemed to be, there needs to be some structure around this, and that if it's, say, 1 hour, then it's going to be a whole day. It wasn't very clear to me on the record. So explain to me if the heat or the
AQI.
The bad weather, okay, is going to be over 151. It's going to be 152 for an hour. What happens?
I think, Commissioner Tuma, if I can layer in the differentiation too for the company between an extreme heat event, which I understand like the process that will follow using the National Weather Service and like their announcement, but I'm unclear, as Commissioner Tuma was asking, like what triggers the AQI and how it ends, how it starts and how it ends, because as he said, that value, I was tracking it the other day for like my own kids and being outside, and it's like up and down all day, depending on the wind and the weather and stuff. So how would it work here under your proposal?
Thanks, Chair Sieben, Commissioner Tillman, Nick Martin with Xcel Energy. So let me start by saying we can support this 8C because we think this is a very logical thing for us to include in our, assuming you adopt 8B, we'll be talking with MPCA and the Department of Health about a range of implementation details, and it makes a lot of sense to us to include that in here. So we may not have all the answers today about exactly how the mechanics could work, because obviously we want to see what the agencies think about that as well. But we don't have any problem making this part of that consultation. In terms of like maybe what we could say today about the mechanics, I think you're right, Chair Sieben, like taking the heat events first. You know, we know the heat events are there's helpful because there's a heat watch first. So you get a little warning before it moves into an advisory or an excessive heat warning, which is when we would do the reconnection protocol. So there's some information that comes from the National Weather Service that we would use to do that. I think for the air quality events, and again, like you, Chair Sieben, I was watching this last weekend, you know, the MPCA announced or forecasted that there would be an air quality event above a certain level. So that would trigger us, you know, to begin preparing to implement suspension of disconnection and reconnection later. And at that point, they forecasted that it would last all the way from, I think it was Friday to last Monday, or to this Monday. And then, you know, things did change. The air quality improved. And so it was by Friday evening, or by Sunday evening, the air quality was better. So the alert didn't last quite as long as they anticipated. But I think that we would sort of, it would make a lot of sense to us to sort of sit down with the agencies and talk about when they think, you know, how much before the AQI over 151 is anticipated to start should we, you know, be mobilizing to make these changes, and how much, you know, should we, when should we prepare to re-disconnect because the AQI is they're confident it's going to drop below 151. I don't think we have those answers today, but I think that those would all be logical things for us to kind of work through with the agencies.
Mr. Crawford, this is kind of your invention, from the best I can tell from the record, that it started with your organizations requesting this. What was your expectation with this, and are you okay with having this conversation between now and the tariff?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Tuma, Brandon Crawford with the Citizens Utility Board of Minnesota. Yes, we're okay with those consultations happening. And my understanding is that there's essentially a 30-day negative checkoff after that tariff filing as well. So we could kind of understand the outcome of those consultations and be able to comment on that if necessary. We do understand that if an AQI event is 30 minutes long, or like you said, 1 minute long, it might not make sense it doesn't make sense to have these reconnections over such a short period of time.
Well, sorry to interrupt. Sorry, go ahead.
Please.
No, it's Commissioner Tuma's
No,
question.
you're good.
But who decides, like, what's the appropriate threshold then, too? Xcel or?
No, so this would be a consultation between Xcel and MPCA
For every
and
time
MDH.
it goes up or down?
No. So I think the goal of this consultation is to have a kind of set threshold, you know, a length of time over which, you know, say it's an AQI event is expected to occur over 30 minutes. Might not make sense to have the reconnections, but over a couple of hours or a day or 2 days, it definitely makes sense to have those protections available for customers. I think the goal of this is to identify that kind of minimum amount. I will note that when we had proposed this, MPCA does have a 2-day forecast ahead of time. And Nick had mentioned that earlier. It's a goal to have these protections available so customers don't need to deal with this air quality. This past weekend is a great example. I looked outside and I couldn't see the horizon. Everything was covered in a thick layer of smoke. And customers that have asthma or heart conditions, we don't want them to be exposed to that. So I think it is necessary to have a process set up for that. I think the majority of that is contained within this record, but that minimum kind of time period, we do appreciate Commissioner Tuma's recommendation, and we support it.
Mr. Crawford, I support inclusion of AQI if we can figure out a way that is logical and understandable for the public, not just for like us in this room, but I do think like there needs to be a little more work done to like figure this out so that we're not, so that like there's clear direction to the utility of what triggers a reconnection and what doesn't. And right now, I'm a little unclear. So one thing that I just noticed now in Commissioner Tuma's decision option is in 8B, it says, and maybe this is best for Xcel, but so let me know, but it says require Xcel to consult about whether AQI changes or advancements in the understanding of health impacts from air pollution and extreme heat might warrant modification of protection thresholds. And then 8C says, the consultation described above shall include the appropriate number of hours in which the extreme heat or AQI above 151. And so what I'm wondering, and what I've, in my non-scientific, like mom tracking of air quality that I've noticed, is if you have a fire, for example, in Canada, and it's like moving through, it could be not even that hot, right?
Yes.
So are we attempting to only reconnect people when the heat is high and there's AQI, or in any AQI instance above 150? Because I'll just say too that I have concern about the long-term cost of overall Xcel ratepayers for the, if we're doing like tons of disconnections and reconnections, it's not only administratively burdensome for the customers to have to like know that that's coming, but you could see a scenario as climate impacts worsen and there are more fires where AQI is above 151, like for really long stretches of time, even when it's not hot out. And I think we all need to be mindful of like, there's a cost to do that. You can't just, not only for like the administrative burden of having them reconnect people, but also the cost on the customers who are disconnected, because if you're turning their power back on when they don't even necessarily want it back on, you're also likely in putting them further, you know, in the hole in terms of like money due on their balance. So I'm wondering if you thought about that, or how you think we could address that so that we're still moving forward, but also like planning for a more durable long-term like mechanism that works for people.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, that's a multifaceted question, so I'll try to take it one step at a time. First, the goal of this is to have an AQI process and an extreme heat process. So there are some instances where those overlap to a significant degree, especially during the summer months, but AQI events can occur any time of the year. We've seen that with wildfires extending late into the fall, and not solely when we have extreme heat. Related to that, specifically for 8B, we had originally proposed that for that consultation process.
Sorry, can you speak up a little bit?
Yes, of course. So decision option 8B was proposed as that having that consultation process with MDH and MPCA. It was based on information and evidence that MDH put into the record regarding specifically the impacts of wildfire smoke and information, scientific information coming out that the health impacts associated with wildfire smoke are often much more impactful and have much more negative health impacts for customers than some of the other traditional emissions that we've seen in the past. So recognizing that how they calculate AQI might change at some point in the future. I don't think that would change when the AQI events themselves are called. I think those thresholds would likely remain the same, but what is incorporated into that decision for when an event is called might be impacted by 8B in that consultation.
But there's no like set plan here for what you're proposing that we implement now. Like, I can see the path forward on extreme heat, and I'm not trying to take over your response, but like, there isn't a clear pathway still on what triggers AQI in my read of it.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, the protections will be triggered when there's an event called at an AQI threshold of 151 or higher.
And then when does it go off? When it dips below?
When it would go below the 151, yes.
According to the MPCA's guidance, they will say when the event, not just when like the weather changes and it dips below, but they will have like a start and an end time, just like for extreme heat, you're saying.
That is my understanding, but I think that's
That
also
is
why
any-
that consultation is appropriate to
Yeah,
better
but sorry. Xcel?
Thanks, Chair Stephen. My colleague has just very helpfully sent me a photo of an air quality alert that's happening right now, not for here, but it's up in northern Minnesota. It says the MPCA has issued an air quality alert for north, central, and northeast. It takes effect at 10 a.m. today and runs until 1 a.m. Friday, July 18th. So they are giving a very specific time window. So I think, again, we would talk to the agencies, but it would make sense to me that we would implement for that time period. And then, of course, we'd also have to talk to them about, well, they might update that and extend it. And so then we would have to extend the time before we would redisconnect. So they're quite specific, I think, which is helpful.
And if it covers like just a portion of your service territory, will the reconnections affect your whole service territory or just the portion that's under the air quality alert?
Thanks, Chair Stephen. Our plan would be just the portion under the alert. And so these are issued by county. So some of the recent alerts have been statewide, so that would be our whole service territory. But some of them, they might say this air quality alert affects, Ramsey and Washington counties. We would have to have a process built where we figure out who are the currently disconnected customers within our service territory within Ramsey and Washington counties, and those are the ones that we would reconnect.
It might be helpful to you, Madam Chair. We're not making a decision exactly how exactly that looks. The way I try to set this up is that between now and the end of the year, a tariff would be put together. They would do it in consultation with the MPCA and with the parties so that we can get details on when it would turn on and when it would turn off in a tariff. And then people, if they disagree with whatever the tariff is filed at that stage, they can object and it would come back in front of us. So there's time for the details to be worked out. We're just kind of basically saying this concept works. Go ahead and do it.
Yeah, that's helpful, so thank you. And, yeah, everybody wants to talk. I don't know, yeah, and then Commissioner Partridge.
Thank you, Chair Stephen. PCA issue alert at the AQI 100 and above. It's not 151 and above.
Right.
So how are you going to distinguish whether it's 100 or 151? So that's why I was wondering, are you going to rely on that alert? That means the threshold is 100. If you are monitoring index itself, then they are issuing hourly index, then you can see it. So that's why there was a discussion about fluctuation of the index.
Right. Thanks, Commissioner Holmes. That's true. I was speaking maybe too generally about just an alert that goes out at a certain point. But we would, as I'm sure you're familiar, there are these different levels and colors, and you can go on MPCA's map and see what is the level in different areas of the state. So we would have to be monitoring the ones that are above 151 and who's disconnected in those areas. Correct. Sorry for being imprecise.
Commissioner Partridge.
Thank you, Chair Sieben. So I was also going to raise the same issue, which is that the alerts get triggered at 101 and above.
150.
No, the
You're saying
PCA
that
issue is
PCA.
101. So it wouldn't align with the threshold here. The problem that I see, as the chair has raised, is that if you monitor it on an hourly basis, you'll, as we saw over the weekend, so this is quite timely, it goes up and down throughout the day. So you can start the day above 151, by lunchtime you're under 151, and by the time you go to bed, you're back above 151. So one of the things that I'd like for you all to figure out, or for us to figure out, is there's significant costs associated with the on and off disconnecting, reconnecting process. And so I would like to find a way where we have some sort of criteria so that we're not, reconnecting people in the morning, disconnecting them for lunch, and then reconnecting them at bedtime, in order to both reduce costs, but also because of the safety concerns that you've raised. And so that process, I don't think, is quite clear here, but I like the general idea. We want people, especially during extreme heat events, to be able to safely be inside and away from poor air quality. So I think there's just, to Chair Siebens' point and to Commissioner Ham's point, there's kind of a misalignment of when the alerts happen, which have clear beginning and endings, which is very helpful, but then the thresholds don't quite align with that. And so that may not be a usable metric. So I just wanted to put that out there.
Okay.
Commissioner Sullivan, did you have something?
I'm just kind of thinking through how, Mr. Martin, just see like how would this, it seems like you would have all these cascading kind of blinking on and off, and one part of the state has an AQI alert and another part doesn't. It feels to me like at some level, it's just, it feels like it would be very complicated and very complex. How does the company get its head around that? You're going to be sending out alerts to people to make sure that your breaker's off, make sure there's nothing on your stove. I'm just curious what you're thinking.
Yeah, thanks, Commissioner Sullivan. I might end up deferring to my colleague Deidre here for some of these details. I wanted to say, and partly in response to Commissioner Partridge too, it's certainly not our intent to be following the ups and downs through several days and turning people on and back off and on and back off. Like that we haven't ever contemplated this as that kind of policy. And maybe this all just points to the value of the kind of consultation with the agencies that Commissioner Tuma has suggested, that, I feel like we would need to figure out, okay, when do we, and maybe it's not the alert, as you pointed out, when do we expect that within this part of our service territory or the whole of our service territory, the AQI is going to be above 151 and is going to stay there for a length of time? And when are the agencies confident that it's fallen below 151, not because there was a little dip during the day, but because, the winds have changed or the wildfire conditions changed or whatever. So I think there are details to work out there, and we certainly would not want to be turning people on and off. We think of these as, probably, whether it's a day or 3 days or 5 days, they're like longer periods is how we're thinking about it.
So, Madam Chair,
Commissioner Tuma.
the way I have my motion designed was there needs to be a tariff filed detailing how you're going to do this, okay? Working with the advocates, working with the department and the OAG, working with MPCA. I set that time essentially by the end of this year. So my question to you is, do you feel that's enough time? So that's number 25 on the December 31st, 2025. File tariff language.
Commissioner Tuma, I think we're comfortable with that time frame. We obviously need to sit down with the agencies and can't commit them to their timeframes, but I think we would be from our perspective.
And to the agencies and to CUB, I'm inclined to pick 9 and 10. I agree with you. This is good as started, okay? So I was kind of working back from there, saying time-wise, end of the year would be a good time for a tariff. I don't have a negative checkoff. I just have tariffs being filed, and then we can open comments if someone disagrees with it, or they can just say it's okay. So I don't think it really speeds it up in this situation to have a negative checkoff. But that would, I would think, give us enough time by May 1st to resolve any disputes that you might have. That's the way I have it kind of structured in my mind. Does that make sense? Start with Mr. Crawford and then just go down the line.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Toomey, yes, it makes sense.
Ms. Hinderly, please state your name for the record.
Thank you, Chair Stephen, Commissioner Tuma. Catherine Hinderly for the Office of the Attorney General, Residential Utilities Division. And yes, I think that timeline works for us.
Sydney Lieb with the Minnesota Department of Commerce. That timeline also works for us.
And then, Ms. Lieb, I had on your decision option, you had the list of things to kind of report, which I view as the future reporting program is in place. Here's the report. And so I changed the date to 2026, assuming that that would get us the first few months of the program from May to the end of that year of 2026. No need for them to report on what it's going to be next year because they don't have one. So that's, I basically picked yours and did it that way. Are you okay with that?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Any objections to the request that the department had on what to file in the future when the program is in place? Mr. Riley.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Tuma, appreciate the question, opportunity to weigh in. And first of all, we can live with either. I think our preference was for your 21A simply because as these alerts are issued at a county level, and so there are additional layers of granularity that are added in the departments. I believe it's by census block group and zip code, and that as it was relayed to me, is that would add additional work for our geospatial team during that time, and we hadn't quite quantified what the benefit of census block and zip code level data when these alerts are issued at a county level.
And that's the only big difference, I think, between what mine was, which is not in the one we're working off of. That was that earlier filed mistake. Ms. Lieber, are you okay taking out zip code and census blocks at this stage, or do you think that's still?
Dr. Lieb, recognizing that you could also later recommend that we layer that in if you think it's, too much to start with.
Chair Sieben, Commissioner Tuma, if it's really a challenge for the utility, I think we can ask for it later once this is a more mature program.
And then I think I want to make sure I got all my questions covered. Design of the notice. There's a lot of stuff under decision options. I think 13 through 19. I had 19B, which is consult with CIO on the notices, what goes out. I don't feel it's the need for us to send out a mailing to all customers about this. I think it's a waste of money. You're going to be phone calling the person who is power off. I think that's enough for them to know about it. So I took that out, but everything else about what if we have multiple ones and all that, I just said, just take them out. You're going to consult with CIO on whatever you're going to send out. I assume you're okay with that, consulting with CIO on any notices and what it looks like when you contact these people that are out of power. Is that fine, Mr. O'Reilly?
Mr. Conlon.
Sorry. No,
Mr. Riley, sorry.
No, you're okay.
Brain dead.
Not a problem. I'll take Mr. Riley or Mr. Conlon. I appreciate the question. As I understood it, it is essentially you between 13 and 19. You're just doing 19B. Is yes. That and I believe the company's fine with that. Yes.
Mr. Crawford, any concerns? I talked to our CIO. They seem to be okay with it. Their biggest concern was to make sure they're keeping emails and stuff like that. And I would hope in these situations, particularly early on, they're keeping emails. But I didn't want to clutter our order with a lot of do this, do that when CO is going to be looking over it. Are you okay with that?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Tuma, I think we're okay with that. I do think we're remain supportive of some of those decision options, specifically 17 for posting information on their website. I think that's something that should be done no matter what, but I also think that can be accomplished through those conversations with CEO and other parties.
I do, in my mind, I would do as in this one that's handed out 17, so I don't know if we're talking over each other, but that would be require them to put it on their website so that we know what the policy is. I think that's important. But outside of sending actual things to customers seems to be overkill in my book. But.
I just had a follow-up for Xcel. For the I think it's important that when people are reconnected, that it's like really clear that it's easy to enter into a payment plan to maintain connection, to help like get customers back on a path to keeping their power on. So what in your communication plan, or do you plan to do to ensure that it is like easy for people to maintain service and not set the threshold so high that we've seen or we've heard about in other dockets where it's really hard for people to come up with, thousands of dollars or a couple $100s to keep their service on?
Madam Chair, great question. We are talking significantly about how we're going to make this information viable for customers in the moment. Granted, we'll be doing a lot of communication ahead of time before a customer experiences a disconnection, and that's our last resort. So we definitely are going to find a way to take advantage of the opportunity to educate them on what's available. So it will be part of our communications plan, but I confess it's early in the process, and so it's not completely dialed in, but that's definitely on our radar.
Mr. Conlon, did you want to add?
Madam Chair, I would just say, adding to what Ms. Howard said, I think we will take that note back absolutely as we're developing how that reconnection process will.
And some of that will come through your service quality report then too, correct? I assume that, as we've noticed in the docket, the number of customers who are disconnected is going up, unfortunately. So I think it's like incumbent on all of us to be really mindful about like how do we keep people connected and put them on a payment plan that makes it so that they can feasible to dig out of the hole that they're in.
Yeah, Chair Sieben, if I could just add on to that as well. I think, so as you pointed out, in our service quality docket, we've recently, as of like the start of this year, implemented a number of changes that are designed to reduce, to help people avoid disconnection. Some of the things around a lower down payment, bigger past due balance before disconnection happens, more time, all of those things that are designed to reduce disconnections, those are now company policy, and they would be the same. They would be unchanged in this case as people are being reconnected after an AQI event, for example, or the AQI event ends and they're about to be disconnected. We would be, and Ms. Howard and her whole team would be trying to communicate to them all the options to avoid disconnection, and all those things that we agreed to in the service quality docket would apply.
Mm-hmm. Okay, sounds good.
Actually, can you get the modified one that we're all working from up on the screen, just so we can track, not miss anything? So, Madam Chair, if everybody's ready, I can get a motion in front of us, and if there's any problems, we can kind of go from there. So, Madam Chair, I would move decision options 1, 2, and 3. And then decision option 8B as presented by the joint commenters. Decision option 8C, which is my new decision option. And then 9 and 10, so that both programs start on May 1st, 2026. Then decision option 2 amended decision option 12, but I would remove the words bad weather, outage, or. She's already got that, so as modified. Then I would move corrected to TUMA 13. I would move number 14, which is notice via whatever method that they want. Then I would have 17 on here, which is require Xcel to post on their website policy. Then modified 19B, which is to consult with CIO in developing all those communications around these two programs. Then I have departments, new decision option 21A, except we delete under D, zip code and
Census block groups.
census block groups. And then also that G is somehow appeared there, it doesn't belong. And then I would move decision option Xcel modified 24B. Well, I should just also note that it's as the department's 21A is also doing 26, but that's already in there, so. And then 25, which is, again, not a negative checkoff, but a simple requirement that they file their tariffs after consulting with everybody, like they promised to do, by the end of this year. And then we'll take up implementation starting in May.
Does anyone have anything you think we're missing or want to change? Well, that's a problem with the motion. Commissioner Partridge, a question or comment?
Yes, I have a question. So I was following along, so I was looking at your, the TUMA motion and revised decision options. So we
You were
under,
supposed to be looking at this one.
It's okay.
okay,
I didn't,
okay.
that's part of the problem. So what
Okay.
ones do you want to go over so you understand what the,
I just wanted to clarify that,
She just wanted to rub it in that her numbering was better than mine.
no, not at all. Okay, so the notify, okay, sorry. Okay, so then we would not do 13. Or 15 or 18, because all of that would kind of be rolled into 19B, where we would just let CAO work with the company. Okay, I've got it then, I'm good.
So we are doing TUMA corrected 13 that shows up on this one. That's the one that changes the right.
TUMA corrected
Got it.
13 sort of swept in.
Then we do
Oh.
14 on this one, not on my, that's where it gets confusing. So that's your
Okay,
17.
Commissioner Hom.
Thank you, Chair Sieben. So another clarification for the Department New 21A. You mentioned that you are striking out D.
No, I'm changing D. Strike out zip codes and CBGs.
Okay, so also in the main block in the beginning of that section, they are talking also zip code and CBG. What is your intention? Do you want to keep it or do you want to strike that out?
That probably should be struck too. Thank you, Commissioner. Did you see that there? Thanks. Yep. It should be aggregated by county, but not by zip code.
Are you,
Their whole structure
Xcel, are you
says-
aggregating this data in your RSQ by county now? I don't think you are. So maybe you do want to strike it.
Commissioner, or Chair Sieben, I think you can correct me. So we don't generally do things by county now. What would drive the county thing would be that the way these heat and
Right.
AQI alerts are, or levels are declared. So I think what we're proposing is we would report just based on that and not also by zip code and CBG.
Right, so I think you do want to strike county at the CBG, right, Commissioner Tuma? Is that what you
This is
said?
where my dyslexic brain is not seeing it, so I'll trust you.
that right, Mr. Martin?
We would request to strike zip code and CBG in both places that appears and just leave it by county.
Oh, you were right then, Commissioner Tuma.
I'm not seeing it, so it's okay. I trust you. I trust you.
I'm not getting it, so we're good, right? Or
Yeah.
Commissioner Hom, is that right?
Yeah, thank you. Can I have one more question to ask a clarification? The implementation date, Commissioner Tuma is asking 2026. Your preference was a 2027. Are you okay with the 2026?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hom, and do appreciate the discussion and the direction we've headed in comments and through discussions with parties and stakeholders. It was still our preference for May 1st, 2027. And I think some of the conversation that Commissioners, or Chair Sieben and Commissioner Partridge had about some of the complications around reconnection were some of the drivers there. But also internally, there's a tremendous amount of engineering work that needs to be done, and we simply were looking at this from a resource perspective in terms of what we could accomplish on a reasonable timeline, and felt that the 18 months was the reasonable timeline, balancing those competing priorities. Now, given the direction and coordination with stakeholders here, we have been discussing with our colleagues internally about this, and have learned that we can do this by the May 1st, 2026, but that does not come without cost and opportunity cost. In other words, the cost to add potentially highly technical engineering folks to devote their time to this, or where this project is prioritized in terms of other projects going on. And I know Ms. Howard has more background on that, and we're happy to get into that if you'd like to in more detail.
Along that line, what do you need to do 2026 implementation? As you mentioned that you need engineering service. Does it mean that are you going to file any additional financial docket asking recovery of that cost, or it will be part of your existing rate case, or are you going to wait until next rate case?
So I'll start with deferring to Ms. Howard on the technical aspects. I'll address the second part of your question when she's done with the technical aspects.
And Commissioner Hom, Madam Chair, just to be clear, I'm not an IT person, so I'm going to give you the layman terms that we've been discussing. We just upgraded our IVR, our interactive voice response system, to a cloud-based system. That just transpired at the end of June. We are in this hypercare process right now of reviewing, looking for bugs, defects, making sure it's working as smoothly as we had before. But part of the reason we were upgrading was so that we could add additional customer satisfiers into this system. There are also some regulatory requirements that have to be completed before we take on any other work in this system. Some of that is banking related, NACHA rule related. Some of it has to do with the customer experience that I mentioned. There is some interactive portals that need to be included in a different system, but these are all programs and processes that need to be completed by resources that would also need to work on this project. So to put this in first place and make sure that we're addressing this holistically, we're going to push off a number of these other projects. And so in the process of doing that, there's going to be additional resources needed to actually complete that work. And I don't know if that's addressing your question entirely, but let me know if you have other questions.
And Madam Chair, Commissioner Hom, to address the second part of your question in terms of cost recovery, and I think I would echo the sentiments that has appeared in the record throughout, that this isn't the cost recovery proceeding right here and now, and throughout the work we have done with our teams to get to we could get to May 1st, 2026. We're at the preliminary stages of placing a valuation on what that looks like. That being said, I think you did mention, potentially a correction, and we are in a pending rate case, and I think you mentioned that might have impacts there. And again, we're starting to look at all of that right now, but in leading up to this hearing, our focus was on the technical side. Could we get to the yes and we're still formulating kind of what the forecasts and all of the next steps. But yes, so we do appreciate that question.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think sooner is better. I agree with the Commissioner Tuma there. But if there is a technical difficulty, we have to consider that one. Plus, I think even though this is not a cost recovery docket, we always has to be mindful about any action by utility potentially has an implication to the cost. So I think every party should understand about this implication of different beginning dates.
I'm comfortable too, Madam Chair and Commissioner Hom, if you want to break out decision option 10 versus 11. I'm not necessarily sold on either. I just felt like they could get it done, and I was convinced in the record. Sounds like it.
Would it be something commissioners would support if we pushed off extreme, or if we did extreme heat right away, but pushed off the AQI, which seems to have more issues to work out for another year?
Well, I think
that not really help.
I don't think it really helps because if they're going to implement one, they can implement the other.
Yeah.
The problem is that the difference here is the disconnect policy, which they could do, I think, without much problem right now if they wanted to. So I don't think that helps it either way.
Yeah, Commissioner Tuma, as I said, I agree with you. Sooner is better. I just want to make sure that all the parties understand there's a consequence. I think we should have understanding of expediting this one to 2026. I can support your 2026 date, given that what Xcel says, they can do it technically. So that's my bottom line. If they cannot do it technically, then we have to delay it. But it seems they are willing to shift their priority and doing it. So.
Sounds good. Any other discussion on Commissioner Tuma's modified motion? All in favor of his motion, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? The motion prevails. Thank you, everyone, for your good work on this. We like being nation leading on good things like this, so appreciate everybody's work. There's no other business before the commission today, so we will adjourn. Have a good day, everyone.